This program deals with devil worship and satanic beliefs. It contains explicit scenes and descriptions of violent crimes and rituals.
Americans are asking, who attacked our country?
You have declared a subliminal jihad against the United States. Can you tell us why?
Everything pertaining to what's happening has never come to the surface. The world will never know the true facts of what occurred, my motives.
And night fell on a different world.
And Iblis is thinking, I should be getting this position, not Adam, and this guy is created from dirt.
And how does the army feel about you being head of the Temple of Set?
And the conspiracy theorists can say what they will, but
I want you to give me power over Adam, and I want you to give me soldiers and minions and all of these things.
The people have so much to gain and have such an ulterior motive for putting me in a position I'm in. We'll never let the true facts come aboard to the world.
And I want you to be able to give me the ability to whisper into the hearts of mankind.
And who was the grotto leader?
Don't remember his name.
You don't remember the name of a person who involved you in murder?
now these people are in very high positions,
Jack. Welcome back to Subliminal Jihad, episode 315. I'm your co-host, Dimitri.
I'm Khalid.
And today, we are picking up where we left off in the strange and twisted saga of American superstar aviator Charles Lindbergh. And I guess we're on the public feed today. A little unorthodox to do the first one paywall. That wasn't really intentional. We just had so much to say about this sus man's life that we had to kind of break his life story into. But, I think it might be all right if you're jumping in because, this is one of the most famous people of the early to mid 20th century in America. And
we can do a brief recap of what we discussed.
Lindy's Reich. Reich. I can't decide which one I like better, Lindy's Reich or the Lindy Reich.
Yeah, we talked about how we talked about his flight from New York to Paris. We talked about how he became fascinated with the profusion of organs, and we read some of his Dr. Frankenstein rants from his book Autobiography of Values, which literally sound like Frankenstein, from some kind of movie or something. And we talked about how he's implicated in the death of his son for eugenic reasons. The
crime of the century.
It's not as wacky as it sounds. Many
No.
people have entertained this notion. So if you're interested, you should definitely listen to that episode because there's a lot of there's a lot to suggest that doesn't look good for him. But,
no. This is one of the foundational true crime sagas that captivated the imagination of the entire country during the Great Depression. A real turning point for modern media coverage and things like that. I mean, there's earlier examples. We've even talked about the Molly Maguire saga being a kind of tabloid, salacious, tale of whatever. But in the kind of modern period, having such a big celebrity have their child kidnapped was so massive. Everyone was obsessed with it. And it does blow my mind that even today, there is a lot of true crime recaps. There's some these days because there have been books written about it that are what about Charles Lindbergh? In terms of being involved in this, but I'd say the normative thing is still that this tragedy happened to him. Some random German American carpenter was caught and rightfully executed for it. Blah blah blah. But when we went over the evidence, I think a fair amount in part one, and it's pretty yikes. And the synchronicity with his emergent just insane eugenics beliefs. And how he felt about his firstborn son, who had a variety of kind of health and developmental issues.
Yeah, he had hypercephaly. He had toes that were locked. He possibly has some kind of rickets-like problem. I mean, as you pointed out, it may have had to do with the fact that he was flying without oxygen, in a plane with his wife while she was pregnant, in these incredibly dangerous, early 20th century flights, in biplanes.
Right. No pressurized cabin, no oxygen, inhaling heavy jet fuel, fumes, the entire for probably a long ass flight because these planes didn't go very fast. His original one was 33 hours long because he was a Freemason, but yeah.
Yeah, but check that out on the Patreon if you're interested. We talked about Alexei Karel, who was like, his close friend, worked at the Rockefeller Institute. Lindbergh kind of like sponsored him, was a big collaborator with him, and Karel kind of like shepherded Lindbergh into being a scientist, kind of from being more of an aviator.
Heavy air quotes, but science, a certain type of science that was popular before World War II, eugenics specifically.
Well, yeah, I mean, as we kind of talked about in that episode, like it was all very mainstream, and like Lindbergh's like ideas. Which tied into the other big theme we talked about, which is like his sort of aversion to the idea of a European war, right? It was, the idea of like the sort of decline of the race and the endangering, the white race and the sort of the prospects of the white race in the future and the importance of racial solidarity. Those ideas, like, we were reading that essay he published, the deranged essay he wrote in at Reader's Digest, which, that's like Reader's Digest, like a pretty mainstream publication. So like these ideas were like widely entertained. It really was only, and now I think in this episode we're going to get into the actual period of World War II. And I think it was really only after that. And we can kind of see that with Lindbergh a little bit. There's this narrative that makes its way into a bunch of books where he like kind of discovered the Holocaust and like kind of had to reckon with like the Dora concentration camp. So I think there was this process that's kind of an epitome of what happened in the country at large, where people were all super down with eugenics and considered it to be a legitimate idea. It was really kind of a broad consensus until after kind of the ultimate end of this ideology or this sort of line of inquiry was revealed by Nazism. Then people kind of were like, oh shit, like we now like abominate this. That was really like when eugenics started to fall out of favor.
Right. Though not exactly with Charles Lindbergh, because I think, as we'll get into, I think I forget the exact name of the org, but it might have been the American Eugenics Society. He remained affiliated with that and was its president, I think, from like 1955 to like 1958. But of course, he had to modulate his messaging and stress that it was just about positive eugenics, not
and of course,
negative
like
eugenics of mass murdering people.
Many people remained committed to the idea of eugenics, and like
in fact, is a big theme of our show.
Many people today are still committed to the idea of eugenics. It's just that it started to get like a little bit of pushback and bad press in the aftermath of the Holocaust and of World War II.
Its supporters had to adopt much more subtle and like underground methods to achieve or to advance the aims of what, like before World War II, had been like something they were very like openly proud of and driving forward and thought was like a great thing for the world. They had to sort of occult it a little bit after, and that's why I think you see these kind of orgs that might have dabbled in like eugenics-esque ideas, but like World Population Council or like Human Ecology Fund, like such shit like that. I mean, that was a CIA MK Ultra thing, but also like the line between eugenics and MK Ultra gets a little blurry too, because you're kind of like messing with people and you're trying to like engineer humans in a certain way, right? I think it's kind of, even though it's not genetic,
it's social engineering, not biological engineering, but it's the same, like basically like, ultimately eugenics does have the goal of like social engineering. It's the idea that like the structure of society has some kind of, I mean, Lindbergh, he like waxed about this a lot, in his writings, right? The sort of connection between like sort of it's a biological determinist view where the a character of society and the behavior of people is like mostly determined by their genes. That's certainly what Lindbergh thought, and it's what many people still certainly think.
Right, just go on X and find any slop account, and they'll go on all day about it. Yeah, different haplogroups and shit. It certainly has been like nurtured and kept alive, and is now seen a kind of disturbing.
It's interesting actually to think about this like as kind of another sort of, when we're talking about this, because one thing about Lindbergh is that he talking about his life sort of brings out this sort of tension in like American imperial discourse that we were talking about in our Foundations episode, right? This tension between like isolationism and the kind of like sort of like interventionist line that ultimately the Ford Foundation, which of course, was sponsored by the family of Henry Ford, who was a big associate of Lindbergh's, and the other foundations. They would ultimately serve this interventionist line, as we talked about in that past episode. One of their big enemies that they identified. Of course, they were broadly opposed to any kind of like anti-Americanism, anything that would be to the detriment of like a strong American empire. But one of the big threats they identified was this isolationist tendency, this isolationist current, and one of their big goals was to discredit that within like the American discourse. Of course, that isolationist discourse is itself sus in various ways, right? And Lindbergh was certainly a proponent of that. But it's interesting to think of like how you have this kind of like false binary of sus isolationism versus sus interventionism, and you like the sort of management of what is they seem to be like opposed forces, but really they're just, as we were talking about last time, different strategies for like American dominance on the world stage, right? And for like American strength, and for America's ability to subjugate others and to defeat its enemies. You can kind of see that in a way with eugenics, because like on one hand, like certainly like many people within like the American ruling class like believe in eugenics, but you can also see, and like you can maybe draw a parallel with the threat of communism as well. Like there might be some aspects of that, of like communist ideas or like things associated with communism that might have value, right, and might be of benefit or like of use, right? But you need to manage that carefully. And eugenics, you could say that in the same way, right? Like certainly like Nazism was like considered to be a threat up to a point, but also one that like peace could be made with, and that like could be managed, right? And like so on a certain level you could see how like eugenics could be like a destabilizing force, or eugenics could be taken too far ideologically, right, and could lead you into paths that might be ultimately counterproductive. But that doesn't necessarily mean that like you're giving up on the dream of eugenics, right? So you kind of do see like a split in that way. It's Yeah,
and it is fascinating to watch how the Ford family itself like ends up kind of on both sides of like this debate in many ways. Like the Ford Foundation is so identified with kind of a soft power liberal Wilsonian interventionism, during the Cold War and up to this day. Whereas Henry Ford himself and his son Edsel, though he tried to hide it, they were very much on this kind of other tip of isolationism I mean, both sides were anti-communist, but like generally the isolationist side saw them as like the Soviet Union is the number one threat, and they would tie it, of course, given that the people of this milieu were oftentimes like very heavily like Midwestern industrialists, tied this to like labor unions and the strength of labor and things like that. And regardless of whether or not there were actually any ties between the Soviet Union and these labor unions, in like a lot of cases there weren't, because the labor unions were pretty anti-communist themselves. They nonetheless, like especially in the 20s and 30s, like perceived this to be like a sinister menace that had to be confronted. Like, and Hitler, well, like sure, his methods might be a little crazy, but like he does hate communism, and he's never gonna like invade. That was always the excuse, was like he's never gonna invade America. Like, come on, like America's too big. It's got the oceans. Like, this is a European problem. So like, why are we we shouldn't get dragged into defending the British. Like. It's but then the Ford family very cleverly decided to sort of roll with the wave of history, and like pretty late they were pretty much backed into the corner of it.
Yeah, you like both of them in Lindbergh's case as well. Like it was really Pearl Harbor that like forces people to kind of change their tune. Really.
Oh yeah, well
that was the
Pearl Harbor. As we'll get into, it pretty much destroyed the America First movement that had been growing up until that point. And it's fascinating to like read through. I was reading through that book, The American Axis by Max Wallace, which is really good. And I'll get into that in a second. But this period from like the crisis of like the late 30s with like the Anschluss and then Czechoslovakia, and then even when the war started, when Germany invaded Poland, and then invaded after that, after the phony war, then invaded like Scandinavia, the Low Countries, and then France, and then like all this before Pearl Harbor. There was a lot going on where America was still out of it, and hadn't gotten into the war. In fact, I think the United States didn't even initially provide Britain with like weapons. That even came, I think, starting in like early 1941, like the Lend-Lease program. And then I think it was only after Pearl Harbor that Roosevelt extended that to like the Soviets, when they were, giving them military equipment. But there was a very vigorous like debate in America. And, I think you could see that, we say oftentimes, pacifists during World War II, kind of sus. But I would say before Pearl Harbor, there was a large swath, like the majority of Americans, according to polls cited in this book, were militarily entering World War II, and going to war in Europe. However, super majorities also supported military and economic aid to Britain and other allied countries in Europe to fight the Nazis. So Americans were I would say the majority were negatively disposed towards Nazi Germany and its wars of aggression, etc. But also there still was a strong current, and a lot of this, to be fair, was from the kind of icky experience of World War I, that kind of followed a similar pattern in some ways. In fact, Charles Lindbergh's father was a kind of renegade congressman who destroyed his. The biographers draw a lot of parallels to this. I think it's a little bit different, given Charles Lindbergh's political proclivities, but he destroyed his career by basically saying no intervention in World War I. This war is bullshit. It's just for the big banks like the JP Morgans of the world to make a bunch of money. As far as we know, he was kind of anti-Catholic, but he wasn't he didn't finger the Jews as being behind it. He actually kind of preferred to go after the Protestant bankers like JP Morgan. But then when finally America did enter the war, late, I think, 1917, and there was this patriotic fervor and a very well organized kind of apparatus of vigilance committees. I'd love to do an episode on those another day, because that's actually where a lot of this starts. And even the reputation we associate with the FBI starts with these World War I kind of patriot vigilante organizations. Let's see, one was the American Protective League, but there were many others, often heavily funded by wealthy industrialists, and kind of given a blessing by the government. And, this was to root out German saboteurs and things like that. But it quickly bled over to anybody who was a pacifist was canceled and a piece of shit and an appeaser and evil. And of course, it bled into attacking unions like the IWW, which was pretty big during that decade. And actually, in some regions of the country, these vigilance committees that were supposedly set up to police, patriotic whatever, ended up by force of arms, smashing various branches of the IWW in very brutal ways under the guise of wartime patriotism, whatever. So that had happened in World War I. But we got to say, World War I, we've talked a little bit about the massive profiteering that went on. I mean, General Smedley Butler, I think, wrote a lot about. Actually, he in a way kind of fits into this story because of the alleged 1934 business plot by many of the same industrialists that wanted to overthrow the government, according to him, overthrow the government of FDR using disgruntled World War I veterans marching on Washington, and then install Smedley Butler as the military dictator of America or something. He talked about the sickening amount of money that all the American industrialists, defense contractors made during World War I. There were inquiries about this that, wrapped up that ensnared some pretty big names, but I think they were able to kind of get away with it. I think even, future President Herbert Hoover, who was so celebrated for his war relief fund in World War I, was maybe accused of doing some dirty deeds and maybe helping the Germans and just being sus and pocketing a bunch of money for himself and etc. He, of course, would be friends with Charles Lindbergh and meet with him regularly, and was kind of an elder statesman of this milieu. He was the good president that got unfairly maligned, and then evil fucking Roosevelt, or as some people called him, Rosenfeld, as an insult, because they thought he was controlled by Jews. they hated, basically, this New Deal direction that everything was going in. But that's all a long way of saying that, like, I get why the isolationist vibe of, like, America in, like, during the Depression in the 1930s was like, we don't want to get involved with, like, another, like, because World War One, looking back on it, like, I think Lenin was more or less correct that, like, this war is sus, and it's like a bunch of, like, inbred second cousin monarchs, like, fighting with each other, using their, like, poor people to, like, kill each other in this, like, horrific industrial way, to, like, redraw the boundaries of various empires and kind of grab as much as they can. Like, it's all just bullshit. Like, this war, there's no, like, good reason. Like, it's hard to look at one side or the other and be like, wow, those were, like, absolutely the good guys. And, like, those guys. Whereas World War II, right? Like,
yeah,
World War II is a little different, right? Like, there's one side that, as bad as the British Empire and the Americans, whatever, were, I think we can all say that, they were sickos. They were historically significant sickos.
And I really think, like, it wasn't really about, like, I don't think that the problem was an ethical one, even though, like, you can definitely say that, like, yes, ethically, like, maybe there was something that was worse about the Nazis than about, the U.S. and Britain, like, but and the Soviets, right? Something worse about the Axis and the Allies, particularly Germany. But I think that really the problem that, like, caused, like, the U.S. to enter the war on behalf of the Allies, like, more than anything else, was the fact that, like, they seemed, like, unreasonable. I think that was, like, the sticking point for, like, someone like Lindbergh. Like, he felt that, like, they could be reasoned with, and that, like, it could be, like, if you think about the discourse, like, the Nazi discourse in the U.S., like, it was almost always, like, not really about, like, the racism of the Nazis, or, like, even the cruelty of the Nazis until maybe the war, like, got going. What it really was about, like, the madness of Hitler.
Yeah, their thuggishness, like, and their like brutish kind of, like, abuse of any kind of, like, law or democratic norms. Like, they were just they were just trampling over, like, anybody's liberties. They were as Aquino's grandmother would say, they were rather vulgar. And
I mean, yeah, there's actually a good example of this, like, with Alexei Karel, like, himself. We mentioned it, like, a little bit. We didn't, like, this is from that book, The Immortalist, which is, like, a pretty good, like, chronicle of Lindbergh's friendship with Alexis Karel, but it's definitely, like, a little bit, like, too sympathetic to Lindbergh, like, for my tastes, as I think I said last
with
time.
A lot of these
but
books.
Yeah. So, he's talking about Lindbergh's visit to Nazi Germany, and his meeting with Goering, and everything. So at Goering's home in Wilhelmstrasse, where the air minister, wearing a crisply pressed uniform covered with medals, hosted a lunch in Charles's honor. Though Anne had grown up in a large house and lived for a while in the American ambassador's residence in Mexico City, she found herself, to her surprise, feeling small and out of the picture in Goering's home. Not her husband. Goering's focus was directly on him. The air minister, who'd recorded 22 quote-unquote kills as a fighter pilot in World War I, asked Lindbergh about his celebrated flight to Paris, then about what he was doing in England, and then specifically about the scientific work he started in New York with Karel. Was Lindbergh working on a new perfusion pump? Why don't you work here in Germany, Goering asked. There are better scientists here. Once the remarks were translated, Lindbergh just smiled. After the meal, an aide brought in Goering's pet lion, who sprawled out on his master's lap. Then there was an awkward development. The lion urinated on Goering's leg, but the air minister was the last to notice. Just like a child, Goering said, when he finally did. The aide took the animal away. Goering left as well. When he returned, he was wearing civvies, rouge, and the sweet stink of cologne. Now the Lindberghs and the Goerings moved into the general's office, a room lined with books, paintings, including one by Hitler, and statues, where Goering continued to expound on Germany's scientific superiority to Britain, France, and the United States. A photographer was called in to record this moment. Not just any photographer, but Hitler's personal photographer, Heinrich Hoffmann. This photo would be seen around the world. General and Mrs. Goering, Colonel and Mrs. Lindbergh, and the interpreter standing beside Goering's massive desk, on which sat another famous photo by Hoffmann, a framed portrait of Der Führer.
Oh my God.
Lindbergh would never meet Hitler. The two sat not far from each other at the Olympic Games of 1936 in Berlin.
Yeah.
This is what I'm talking about, like the sympathetic thing, like not far from each other. He was like in his box, if I'm not mistaken. Even so,
they was close. He was close. I think he went in the Luftwaffe box that was like next to Hitler or something like that, which was a lot of people side-eyed that at the time. Like, what are you doing?
Yeah, rightly so. Even so, Lindbergh was convinced he knew what he needed to know about the man and the country Hitler had transformed. For Lindbergh, Germany seemed everything that America was not and probably never could be. A country composed of one virile, morally, and ethnically pure race committed to science and united in a vision of national greatness. That such unity came at the cost of democratic institutions, individual rights, and a free press didn't alienate him. Democracy was a noble ideal, Lindbergh believed. We saw Anne, his wife, and Morrow Lindbergh kind of writing the same thing. Like, democracy was a noble dream, but alas. Democracy was a noble idea, Lindbergh believed, but the reality was quite different. This is especially true in his own history taught him in the United States, where social and political equality, together with the free and, to Lindbergh's mind, irresponsible press, produced a climate of degeneracy that led to the murder of his firstborn son. Only a strong visionary, and yes, even fascist leader, was best equipped to restore moral order to Western civilization. Hadn't Carrel been telling him that for years? Whatever price was required for that transformation, Lindbergh believed would be worth it. Lindbergh committed these views to paper in a letter-writing spree. One of the first letters was a handwritten note to Carrel, who was then with his wife in Paris. I had intended to write you before this, Lindbergh began, but it is difficult to take time to write when there are as many interesting things to see and think about as we find in Germany. He continues, you must spend a few days in this country before going back to America. I can promise you that you will find it worthwhile. I believe that Germany is in many ways the most interesting place in the world today, and some of the things I see here encourage me greatly. A few days later, Lindbergh wrote to Harry Davison, his financial advisor in America. Hitler is undoubtedly a great man, and I believe has done much for the German people. He is a fanatic in many ways, and anyone can see there's a certain amount of fanaticism in Germany today. On the other hand, Hitler has accomplished results, which could hardly have been accomplished without some fanaticism. Anne, too, was swept away by her 10, quote-unquote, thrilling days in Berlin, urging her mother to reject the, quote-unquote, puritanical view that dictatorships are of necessity wrong, evil, unstable, and no good can come from them. A falsehood spread, Anne wrote, by Jewish propaganda in the Jewish-owned papers. There is no question, she added, of the power, unity, and purposefulness of Germany. It is terrific. I have never in my life been so conscious of such a directed force. Hitler, I am beginning to feel, is like an inspired religious leader, a visionary who really wants the best for his country. The letter-writing campaign intensified when the Lindberghs got to Copenhagen on August 2nd. After installing his perfusion pump and while waiting for the Scientology Congress to convene, Charles mailed 22 thank you notes to Nazi officials, including one to Goering. If Lindbergh expected Carrel to embrace his growing Nazophilia, however, he was disappointed. Carrel was delighted to see his protege again and showed his pleasure with kisses on each side of Lindbergh's face when they met at their hotel. Carrel usually avoided such French mannerisms when he was in the United States. Though Carrel supported iron-willed dictatorships, especially those that promoted eugenics, he dismissed Lindbergh's enthusiasm for recent political events in Germany, telling Lindbergh in no uncertain terms that Hitlerism was a quote-unquote pagan cult threatening the very survival of Christianity. In reality, the Germans, no matter who led them, would always be les Boches to Carrel, the gruesomely methodical soldiers who killed so many Frenchmen in World War I. Lindbergh knew better than to argue.
Interesting.
So that's,
probably not exactly wrong there. They are a pagan death cult. Yeah.
Not wrong, but also it shows like the sort of tenor of like these critiques of Hitler, right? He was like, look, a dictatorship is fine, like especially one that promotes eugenics.
Yeah,
Are you kidding?
yeah.
Like that's great, but this guy's crazy. You know,
that was kind of
like,
Carrel's vibe. Like he did have
Yeah.
a little bit of a tortured back and forth, though he did ultimately end up moving and starting like Eugenics Institute in Vichy France. Like when France was first invaded, he was like "Sacre bleu, no!" And I think he reproached Lindbergh for like being so enthusiastically like pro Hitler and like pro German and being like, but look at what they are doing to France, you know, like he had a little bit of like French national, which then I think like Lindbergh convinced him to no, you got to work with like the new government. Go over there and like he's like, okay,
like your work is too important.
Yeah,
like, on, like,
he rationalized
an immortal
it to him.
person.
So it's like
too important.
Yeah, even like the sus like occultist, like weird Rockefeller Institute eugenicist had a little more like nuance about it. Not enough to not be a fascist, but like a little more than Lindbergh, who just kind of saw like a beautiful thing, like with Nazi Germany, like he thought it was alive and it was glorious. Yeah, it's pretty wild. Maybe since we're around this time period, maybe I'll jump into the American Axis again, because there's an interesting episode involving Lindbergh and the kind of lead up. We referenced it a little bit last time about how he was invited to Nazi Germany. Maybe a couple, like at least 2 times, to survey the Luftwaffe and like give his kind of impressions and whatever. And then he also shared his opinions about like the state of their Air Force when he came back. And a lot of that happened at the same time that he was linking up with this very powerful kind of social clique, sort of known as the Cliveden Set, that kind of orbited around Lord and Lady Astor in the UK, and was one of like several factions. I think one that was a little more like Germanophilic, maybe than other factions in Britain of the ruling class at this time. So and were more like anti-communist, like first and foremost. So that was their kind of main vibe. But let me just jump in here on like 159. Oh yeah, it does say like by the late 30s, Carrel's own fascist leanings were becoming more pronounced. He was a strong supporter of Francois de la Roque and his right-wing Croix de Feu movement, which is a kind of fascist movement. Yeah, he wrote a letter to a friend, Carrel, in 1938, stating his refusal to condemn the Austrian Anschluss, criticizing instead the enormous Bolshevist and Jewish pressure to start a war. Okay, so I think I read from that last time, but now, on May 9th, 1938, 3 weeks before Hitler vowed to wipe Czechoslovakia off the face of the map, Lindbergh sent a letter to Smith thanking him for a report that updated the German situation. This unspecified report apparently made quite an impression, for the tone of his letter differs markedly from their previous correspondence. This is Smith. This is Truman Smith, the military attaché in Germany, who's very close with Lindbergh and pretty sus, and a Mayflower descendant, a proud Mayflower descendant. All right. So as Lindbergh later described it, quote, Nazi Germany was forcing a reorientation of my thought. In the letter, he has harsh words for Americans and Britons who, quote, blind themselves to all but the worst of German qualities. They are not even willing to recognize that the Germans are our type of people, and that, as such, they will be to us either a powerful friend or a dangerous enemy. From either standpoint, they are entitled to a respect which we do not give them. Midway through the letter, there's a passage that clearly demonstrates the increasing influence of either Carrel or the National Socialists, or both, on Lindbergh's thinking. Describing the recently formed German-Italian Axis, Lindbergh asks Smith if he agrees that, quote, the vulnerable point in this relationship will lie in the difference in race. The assertion appears puzzling at first glance. The Italians, after all, are white Europeans, like the Germans. But the implication is clear. Race, as Carrel and the Nazis defined it, was not color in the traditional sense. Rather, Italians were racially inferior to Germans because they were not Aryan, a distinction made by several Nazi racial theorists at the time. In his letter to Smith, Lindbergh appears to echo this bizarre view. The rambling 18-page letter ends with an epiphany of sorts. I think I read this last time, but I'll read it again. Quote, I have become so greatly interested in Germany, and I regard her as being of such great importance in our lives and in our children's lives, that I am willing to make most other things secondary to anything I can do to learn more about Germany, her people, and her government. I am extremely anxious to understand more about everything German. In fact, I am seriously considering the possibility of making our home in Germany. Okay. So, only a week before he wrote this extraordinary letter, Lindbergh had been invited to spend the weekend at the Cliveden estate of Lord and Lady Astor. It was on this visit that Lindbergh became an unofficial member of the Cliveden Set, right? The set referred to a gathering of powerful politicians, bankers, writers, journalists, and aristocrats who regularly assembled at the Astor's Cliveden country estate and at their London mansion in St. James Square. The journalist Cloud Cockburn frequently portrayed the Astor Circle as a pro-German nest of traitors and a Nazi fifth column. An old friend of Anne's mother, Nancy Astor, was Britain's first female member of Parliament and the arch enemy of her fellow Conservative MP, Winston Churchill. She also had a long reputation as an anti-Semite. Once, after a 1938 Foreign Affairs Committee meeting, Conservative MP Alan Graham chided Astor for bad behavior. Her retort was, "Only a Jew like you would dare to be rude to me." Okay, cool. The Astor, and let's not forget Anne Lindbergh, Charles's wife, was from a very wealthy family. Anne Morrow, her father was a partner at J.P. Morgan. So they're very tied into the J.P. Morgan nexus. So the Astors were spectacularly well connected. Nancy's brother-in-law, John Jacob Astor, was the owner of the powerful London Times. Their friends included King Edward VIII, British Prime Minister Neville Chamberlain, and Foreign Secretary Lord Halifax. For a time, it appeared that an inordinate number of visitors to Cliveden shared a common belief that Germany was Europe's best hope to contain the threat of communist expansion. They were called appeasers. Many believed that Germany had legitimate grievances over the harsh terms of the Versailles Treaty. They didn't think they were doing Britain any harm by saying so publicly. As Nancy Astor wrote in a British newspaper at the end of 1937, quote, "I have desired to restore a sense of security in Europe by treating Germany as an equal. I have worked for the reversal of the policy of goading her people and rulers into restlessness by trying to keep them in a state of inferiority." Integral to this approach was a tendency to downplay the excesses of the Nazi regime. According to Cliveden regular Thomas Jones, Lady Astor told him that America misunderstood the British attempt to reach a settlement with Germany because of, quote, "intensive and widespread anti-German propaganda being conducted by those Jews and communists." Newspapers are influenced by those firms. Yeah, I'm kind of doing a half British accent, but it's funny.
Yeah.
Newspapers are influenced by those firms which advertise so largely in the press and are frequently under Jewish control. One can detect communist inspiration and promptings of which most people are quite oblivious. London Times editor and Cliveden regular Geoffrey Dawson was later accused of censoring any information critical of Germany from articles submitted by his reporters. Times Berlin correspondent Norman Ebbett wrote frequently of Hitler's rearmament plans, but his dispatches rarely found their way into the newspaper. The Astor's guests, they also included a number of left-wing politicians, interestingly. Thomas Jones said, "Such was the variety and individuality of the persons gathered that the notion of their forming a Cliveden Set was as grotesque as it would be to expect unity among the passengers of a Cunarder." I don't know what that is. But I would also push back on, you know what? Some leftists went to Sovereign House, all right? So let's not be so tricked. Yeah, well, it's they can't be a set because some left-wing politicians went there. Maybe they were sus left-wing politicians, I think, just because these wealthy people like to gather an eclectic mix of people. In fact, there would be some even more surprising people. Nevertheless, Nancy's preference for visitors who agreed with her political views was undeniable. Her biographer says, "These friends were not traitors, they were not Nazis, but until mid-March 1939, they were believers in and ardent publicists for Chamberlain's appeasement policy. Many were also undeniably sympathetic to Adolf Hitler and his policies." During the weekend in May 1938 that Charles and Anne spent at Cliveden, much of the conversation centered on Germany. At tea that Sunday, Lindbergh sat next to Lady Astor, who, he later wrote, wanted, quote, "a better understanding of Germany. I was encouraged about the feeling of most of the people there in regard to Germany. They understood the situation better than most Englishmen do these days." 4 days later, he and Anne were invited to lunch at the Astors' London home. Lindbergh's acceptance into the Cliveden circle was confirmed. His luncheon companion, this is actually a crazy blunt rotation coming up here. His luncheon companions that afternoon were the American ambassador to France, William Bullitt, Nancy's friend, George Bernard Shaw, who had recently expressed publicly a great admiration for Adolf Hitler, Geoffrey Dawson, editor of London Times, and the man who was to become an important political player in the events to come, American ambassador to Britain, Joseph P. Kennedy, the father of John F. Kennedy and Robert Kennedy. Interesting guy. So the colorful American had been appointed by President Roosevelt to the court of St. James 2 months earlier, where he and his young family had already made quite an impression on the British. Unbeknownst to Roosevelt, who was himself becoming increasingly alarmed at the Nazi threat, Kennedy had already formed strong views on the European situation that were not necessarily in accord with those of the administration. Only 6 days earlier, Kennedy had written a private note to the isolationist U.S. Senator William Borah, expressing his position on Hitler's expansionism. Quote, "The more I see of things here," he wrote, "the more convinced I am that we must exert all our intelligence and effort toward keeping clear of any kind of involvement. As long as I hold the present job, I shall never lose sight of this guiding principle." Wow, good for you. Kennedy's views on Germany and Jews appeared to mesh closely with those of Lady Astor, who had adopted the ambassador as another member of her set. I like that he capitalizes S, like Aquino style, like her set. Their correspondence during this period offers a revealing insight into their mutual attitudes toward the plight of European Jews. In 1938, Nancy wrote Kennedy that Hitler would have to do more than just give a rough time to the, quote, killers of Christ, before she'd be in favor of, quote, launching Armageddon to save them. The wheel of history swings around as the Lord would have it. Who are we to stand in the way of the future? Kennedy replied that he expected the American, quote, Jew media to become a problem in the near future, and that, quote, Jewish pundits in New York and Los Angeles were already making noises designed to set a match to the fuse of the world. Wow. For 2 hours, Lindbergh listened with fascination to the views of the gathered guests. Naturally, Germany dominated the discussion. When he returned to Longbarn that evening, he recorded the day's events in the journal he had recently begun to compile. The American ambassador appears to have made a particularly strong impression. Quote, Kennedy interested me greatly. He is not the usual type of politician or diplomat. His views in the European situation seem intelligent and interesting. I hope to see more of him. How much influence Lindbergh's Cliveden discussions had on his political evolution is difficult to assess, but only 5 days after his visit with the Astors, Lindbergh wrote the letter to Smith, Truman Smith, announcing that he had made Germany his new priority. His growing obsession is described in the diary of Lindbergh's British landlord, Harold Nicholson. Quote, Lindbergh is most pessimistic. He says that we cannot possibly fight since we should certainly be beaten. The German Air Force is 10 times superior to that of Russia, France, and Great Britain put together. Our defenses are simply futile, and the barrage balloons a mere waste of money. He thinks we should just give way and then make an alliance with Germany. To a certain extent, his views can be discounted, A, because he naturally believes that aeroplanes will be the determinant factor in war, and B, because he believes in the Nazi theology, all tied up with his hatred of degeneracy and his hatred of democracy as represented by the free press and American public. But even when one makes these discounts...
It's pretty funny that, he had this, deep abiding hatred of the press because of, how they handled, the Lindbergh baby incident, which is
they gave him the perfect gift of a lifetime.
Too much, but one reporter literally wrote the number for Lindbergh's go between on the board of this guy's house to kind of incriminate him as a quote unquote joke according to what he told his friends. It's kind of hearsay, but it seems to have happened in some way.
It is a little chaperone of him to hate the media.
Yeah,
where would he be without the media?
Well, yeah, maybe some were a little bit. I don't know any examples. Maybe there were some who, were a little bit who pried a little bit too much.
I don't know.
Too
much.
Yeah. Maybe there was some who. I think there actually were at the time rumors about that he had done it or that he had thrown the baby. I think they were more kind of
he accidentally killed the baby or
salacious
something.
Romance rumors. No, it was that since he loved Elizabeth Morrow. He killed the baby, so that he and Elizabeth could be together or something. Yeah, right. Or something like that, or that Elizabeth had killed it out of jealousy, that type of thing.
Interesting.
Which maybe is a little bit too close to home, too close to the truth that he experimented on it for eugenics purposes.
Right. But yeah, it is weird, the hatred, because later they would really come after him for his political stances, and there was a pretty coordinated campaign to sort of kneecap him and make him look bad for being a Nazi, which is fair enough. But he's complaining more even before his political views are really well known. He's griping about them, and also he kind of blames the American public. He kind of hates the little piggies who worship him. Like he's gonna fuck you. You know, like he was always like whipping his
fans,
the little hogs, like come and get your your Lindy slop. Like you fucking idiots.
Slop.
Like
got another flight for you.
Another flight for you. He'd spin his plane around to like disperse the crowds. Like he's such an asshole. But anyways, soon after, the Lindberghs decided to leave England and purchase a small private island, Illiec, off the coast of Brittany to be closer to the Carrels, who owned the adjoining island. From this base, they would search for a home in Berlin in which to spend the winter. Well, I mean, moving to Berlin just for the winter, that's dedication, I would say, right? Yeah. By the time he actually left England in June 1938, Lindbergh appears to have become completely disillusioned with the British, an attitude that would play no small part in events to come. With the exception of his new friends, the Astors, and other like-minded Englishmen, he had little good to say about the country where he had spent his 3-year self-imposed exile. Quote, I believe the assets in English character lie in confidence rather than ability, tenacity rather than strength, and determination rather than intelligence, he wrote in his journal. It is necessary to realize that England is a country composed of a great mass of slow, somewhat stupid, and indifferent people, and a small group of geniuses. Jesus, bro. These sentiments may reflect the growing influence of Alexis Carrel, who continued to expound his belief that society must be governed by the elite and that democracy was undesirable because of the inferiority of the masses. Lindbergh singled out the British as an example of this phenomenon. But he had been living in England for 3 years when these views began to crystallize. It is possible that he would have come to the same conclusion about Americans if he had been living in the U.S. I mean, he kind of did. Like, he kind of shat on Americans all the time. So in his newly adopted French island home, Lindbergh spent most of his time with Carrel discussing Germany and, quote, race betterment. Their scientific collaboration took a backseat to concerns arising from the growing threat of European war. Why spend time on biological experiments when our very civilization was at stake, when one of history's greatest cataclysms impended, he despaired. In late August, at the behest of the American air attaché in London, Lindbergh agreed to embark on a tour of the Soviet Union to survey its progress in aviation. You mentioned this last time. Yeah. For 2 weeks, he and Anne toured Kiev, Odessa, Rostov, and Moscow. Their Russian hosts were less inclined to show off their secret Air Force installations than the Germans had been, and Lindbergh was singularly unimpressed by what he had seen. In his journal entries each evening, he had harsh words for almost everything Russian, from the quality of the food, to the art, to their policy of training women in air combat. In stark contrast to his receptive attitude during similar tours of Germany, he dismissed everything the Russians showed him as, quote, Soviet propaganda at its worst. Yeah. This system, he concluded, quote, will not work. His harshest judgments were reserved for the state of the Russian Air Force, which he declared was in a pitiful condition, even though he had not been shown the Soviets' most modern aircraft. From the Soviet Union, the couple flew to Czechoslovakia in early September, just as the Czech crisis was heating up. It is unclear who arranged the Czech itinerary, but throughout the trip, Lindbergh's journals refer almost exclusively to Czechs who apparently sympathized with German annexation of the Sudetenland. Quote, we were told the Czech army in Sudeten territory had acted more as an army of occupation than protection, he writes on September 4th, echoing the Nazi propaganda that filled the German newspapers each day. On September 8th, the Lindberghs returned to Paris, flying directly into the political storm that was about to engulf the continent. That day, talks between the pro-Nazi Sudeten German party and the Czech government had broken down, leaving the situation on tenterhooks. A day earlier, an editorial in the pro-appeasement London Times advocated cession of the Sudetenland to Germany. But Czech President Eduard Beneš was intransigent and war appeared inevitable. On May 30th, Hitler had issued a secret directive to his generals, Operation Green, preparing for a German invasion of Czechoslovakia in the beginning of October. If Germany did invade, the key question was whether England and France would live up to their treaty obligation and intervene militarily. Both countries were required to come to the rescue of Czechoslovakia, but only by mutual agreement. If either country balked, the Czechs would be left to fend for themselves. Okay, so that is important. We remember this. This is like the Chamberlain moment where I think also in this moment was when Stalin made an offer to the European countries in America that everybody should unite and like make it an allied army and like move in and like crush Hitler. And they were like, you're a communist, shut up, fuck you, blah, blah, blah. And that's why they did the non-aggression pact. They had no choice, you know, but it could have stopped everything. But there's a reason why France and England, like, didn't go for it then, why they chose appeasement. So going on, Lindbergh dined the following evening with the French Air Minister, Guy Lechambre, at the Paris home of U.S. Ambassador William C. Bullitt. He was well aware that France's decision was critical, and he believed he had to act quickly. He had briefly toured a number of French aircraft factories 2 years earlier and had come away unimpressed with the state of the French Air Force. He was convinced that, like England, France was no military match for Germany. Historian Telford Taylor has noted that until that evening, Lindbergh's pronouncements had been those of an influential but unofficial American. Quote, now, Lindbergh's opinions appeared to become a part, by no means unimportant, of the official voice of America. Conversation at dinner centered almost exclusively on a comparison between French and German aviation. Repeatedly, Lindbergh stressed his belief that the French situation was desperate. He warned that it would be impossible to catch up to Germany's air strength for years, if at all. Germany, he claimed, was building 500 to 800 warplanes per month, while France was producing 45 to 50, and England no more than 70. The only conclusion to be drawn, he told the French minister, is that the German air fleet was stronger than that of all other European countries combined. Lechambre left the dinner shaken. France had already received a number of similarly sensational reports from its own intelligence sources, but had always been inclined to discount them as unreliable. Now, a seemingly unimpeachable eyewitness source was confirming the worst. The French government was well aware of the shortcomings of its own fleet, but had no idea of how it compared to the German Air Force at the time. How could France and England thwart German designs on Czechoslovakia when the two countries were so clearly outpowered? It would surely be military suicide. The following day, Lechambre reported the alarming prognosis to his cabinet colleagues, who were in the midst of a heated debate about the wisdom of defying Hitler. According to Taylor, whose book Munich is considered one of the definitive accounts of the Czech crisis, Lindbergh's warning was the decisive factor in French Foreign Minister Georges Bonnet's sudden turnaround. Bonnet declared that, quote, peace must be preserved at any price, as neither France nor Great Britain were ready for war. No. The Lindberghs returned to Illiec to spend time with the Correls and observe the European developments unfold from a distance. At a Nuremberg rally speech on September 12th, delivered before a full stadium of the delirious Nazi faithful, Hitler demanded that the Czechs accept German claims to the Sudetenland, but he stopped short of a war proclamation. Instead, he declared the Sudeten problem was an internal matter which concerned only the German minority in Bohemia and the Czechoslovak government. But this was all merely part of his carefully constructed Operation Green strategy, to sit tight until a convenient excuse and adequate political justification occurred to spark an attack. This excuse came the following day when, at Berlin's careful instigation, riots broke out in the disputed territory. Predictably, the Czech army responded with brutal ferocity, and Beneš declared martial law. A divided French cabinet convened and spent hours debating whether the country should honor its obligations in case of a German attack. Lindbergh's warnings of German air superiority weighed heavily over the proceedings. Arguments that the Nazis must be stopped at any price were countered by others adamant that the French and British were no match for Hitler's military. In England, Chamberlain was emphatic. He was convinced of German military invincibility. Fighting Germany, he told this divided cabinet, would be like, quote, a man attacking a tiger before he loaded his gun. He favored
or Hermann Goering's lion, perhaps.
Yeah, before he loaded his gun, and it pees on your leg. He favored a compromise that would cede the Sudetenland to Germany in exchange for a guarantee against further expansion, as if Hitler could be relied upon to respect the next line drawn in the shifting sand. Across the Atlantic, President Roosevelt lamented to his own cabinet that Chamberlain was, quote, for peace at any price, and predicted that England and France, washing the blood from their Judas Iscariot hands, would leave Czechoslovakia to Hitler's mercy. Sure enough, Chamberlain wired Hitler on September 13th, requesting a meeting to discuss German demands. 2 days later, the British Prime Minister flew to Berchtesgaden to meet with the Führer, who immediately demanded England's consent for cession of the Sudetenland. Chamberlain could not commit to the idea without consulting both his cabinet and the French government, but, to Hitler's delight, he said he recognized, quote, the principle of the detachment of the Sudeten areas. He returned to England intent on pressing his cabinet toward approving this option. Hitler promised to refrain from any military action until they met again. On September 18th, French Prime Minister Edouard Daladier and his foreign minister, Georges Bonnet, arrived in London to meet with the British cabinet. After a lengthy debate, both sides at last agreed to Hitler's demands. All territories more than 50% inhabited by Sudeten Germans would be turned over to Germany to ensure the maintenance of the peace and the safety of Czechoslovakia's vital interests. Without a military guarantee from England and France, Czechoslovakia would have no choice but to accept. On September 22nd, Chamberlain met Hitler to inform him of the joint Anglo-French acquiescence. Public opinion in Britain was deeply opposed to the agreement, which it perceived as a sellout of the Czechs. Nevertheless, Chamberlain remained convinced it was a small price to pay for peace. But encouraged by the ease with which the English and French had backed down, Hitler sensed the time was ripe to press on with greater demands. To the Prime Minister's astonishment, his German counterpart informed him that he was, quote, terribly sorry, but the plan was no longer of any use. Hitler would accept nothing less than a complete German occupation of the Sudetenland. Chamberlain was shattered. The peace he had assiduously forged almost single-handedly was collapsing like a house of cards. There were limits to how far even Chamberlain could go to avoid a fight. It appeared England and France now had no choice but to honor their treaty obligation to Czechoslovakia. War seemed imminent. It was Lindbergh's turn to enter the political stage. All right, so here we go. Major, this is some sus-ass shit right here. Mm-hmm. He deserves just as much blame for this as, or he deserves much more blame than he gets, I would say, which just focuses on, well, he gave a few speeches at a rally, and that was a little bad, and he said some cancelable things. Like, no, he was deeper in the game. So let's go. So it was Lindbergh's turn to enter the stage. On September 19th, he received an urgent cable from Joseph Kennedy requesting that he fly to London immediately for consultation. 2 days later, he arrived with Anne for a luncheon with the American ambassador. In his journal that evening, Lindbergh described the mood. Quote, everyone in embassy is extremely worried. Hitler is apparently ready to invade Czechoslovakia and has his divisions on the border. Hitler told Chamberlain, according to Kennedy, that he would risk a world war if necessary. Kennedy says England is ready to fight, even though not prepared. Chamberlain realizes the disastrous effects of a war with Germany at this time and is making every effort to avoid one. English opinion, says Kennedy, is pushing him towards war. After lunch, Kennedy told Lindbergh why he had been summoned on such short notice. He needed a report, immediately on the state of German aviation. Fuck. This is going to be bad. Documents that have surfaced in recent years reveal that Kennedy's views deviated significantly from U.S. foreign policy. During a visit with German ambassador Herbert von Dirksen 3 months earlier, Kennedy had assured the ambassador that Roosevelt was unflinchingly opposed to the Nazi regime only because his informants were ill-advised and afraid of the Jews. Oh, man. He promised von Dirksen, who subsequently called Kennedy, quote, Germany's best friend in London, that he would enlighten the president himself, a task that would be made easier if only the Nazis would conduct their anti-Jewish measures a little less publicly. When German documents were seized by allies after the war, the gist of the two diplomats' conversation became clear from a cable von Dirksen had sent to his superiors after meeting Kennedy. On the Jewish question, von Dirksen reported, Kennedy believed that, quote, it was not so much the fact that we wanted to get rid of the Jews that was harmful to us, but rather the loud clamor with which we accompanied this. This is a German guy saying this. It was not so much the fact that we wanted to get rid of the Jews that was harmful to us, but rather the loud clamor with which we accompanied this purpose.
Yeah, there you go.
He himself understood our Jewish policy completely. He was from Boston, and there, in one golf club and in other clubs, no Jews had been admitted for the last 50 years. Such pronounced attitudes were quite common, but people avoided making so much outward fuss about it. So he's kind of like, unfortunately, I feel like a classic Irish-American sad story of, Joseph P. Kennedy adopting the views of his WASP betters in order to fit in with them, I think. We can say, but, a kind of a genteel anti-Semitism, they will not be allowed into the country club, but, don't be vulgar about it, right? That's kind of the WASP line, the overall like kind of Yankee WASP line, I feel like in these days, right?
I mean,
like quiet exclusion, quiet dislike of Jews, and kind of like a little bit of a resentment, but like not a
it's not worth like
KKK.
destabilizing your entire society over, and
right.
yeah, it's not
worth it.
Like orienting like your entire culture around. It's too like disruptive. Exactly, like it's the vulgar, the clamor. There's too much clamor, as that guy said.
They built up a lot of cultural capital that could be like somewhat jeopardized by, engaging too freely in anti-Semitism openly. They'd prefer to keep it quiet in the old boys club, So anyways,
and I mean that's how I mean if you think about it, anti-Semitism has like existed for a really long time, and there have like been pogroms like for consistently throughout history. People have like killed Jews, but it was like the idea of like there's going to be a final solution to the Jewish question. I mean, you had I guess not everyone perceived that was what they were up to, even though it's like how oblivious are you? Right. At the time.
In retrospect, it looks quite dumb, but there was a spectrum of anti-Semitism, I guess maybe you're saying, of were there people that had casually sort of negative stereotype opinions about Jews in America? Probably a fair amount. It's probably safe to say, but that doesn't necessarily mean that.
Generally, anti-Semitism historically has found like Jews generally tolerable and even useful. There are episodes of violence, but the idea it's let's just kill every single Jew. In this radical way,
kind of an innovative concept in the history of anti-Semitism.
It's distasteful even to someone who was inveterately anti-Semitic.
Yeah. And even just on the optics level, it's a little much. It's kind of an extreme step to take in that direction.
Something taking revenge in a pogrom for some imagined crime that some the Jewish community had committed. It's not so rare, but the idea it's this stab in the back they did and is just a bridge too far, and now they we need to just kill every single Jew and exterminate them. That you could see how it's it kind of even if you're all right, I would like the world more if that were the case, from the point of view of an American anti-Semitism in his time. You could see how that shows a certain it's reflective on your general kind of temperament, and it's I don't know if this guy can business can be done with this person,
right?
That's really what and
right. Which I think
that
some
quote
portion
really speaks to exactly what I'm saying, where that was the sort of reticence about Hitler overall, before World War II, and before the exposure to people who were oblivious of the Holocaust. It was about how reasonable is this man really?
Right. One interesting example of how even within the same bourgeois WASP dynasties in America, there could be a difference of opinion over whether or not Hitler was kind of too much. I noticed a very familiar name to SJ heads make a few cameos, I think, in this book of the venerable Congressman Hamilton Fish, from the great Fish family of New York, right? And I actually forgot that there were two namesake descendants of Hamilton Fish that were very prominent in I think in the latest cycle of Demon Forces episodes of about Yugoslavia. I kind of highlighted Hamilton Fish Armstrong, who is the executive editor of Foreign Affairs for 40 or 50 years, kind of which is the mouthpiece journal of the Council on Foreign Relations. So he was kind of the editor in chief of the main organ of the kind of Wall Street Eastern establishment, and was one of the first people to write a book about how hecking epic Tito was in 1951 because he stood up to that dictator Stalin, and therefore we should support him, even though I know he's a communist, but he's kind of based, and we should support because they had this delicate strategy of sowing division in the communist world, right? And stuff like that. So Hamilton Fish Armstrong, he was very proud, even though he's friends with Alan Dulles and is like a Cold Warrior Wilsonian sus lord. He's very proud about, I think he interviewed Hitler in like the early 30s. He was like one of the first American journalists to like interview Hitler and was like immediately sussed out by him and was like kind of beating the drum throughout the 30s of like these Nazis are like a threat to American interests and like they're sus. And like they're doing like brutish, horrible, blah, blah, blah things. Meanwhile, his relative, I don't know what I would assume they're probably like cousins of just Hamilton Fish, Congressman Hamilton Fish, who was in Congress at the time, was like a leading isolationist who was rubbing elbows with all the America Firsters. And it seems kind of thought that like Hitler was a secondary problem compared to the menace of Bolshevism, you know? Mm-hmm. So even within these big we always want to be like careful. Sometimes these big, powerful clans be even, you know, have little differences of opinion of like where that line was of, you know, and it kind of is emblematic in a way because you did like as tempting as it is to be like, oh, like this section of like the WASP ruling class like loved Hitler. And then this one was kind of the more FDR, like Wilsonian, you know, they kind of strategically opposed Hitler because like they had a more subtle plan for empire. Like sometimes even those fault lines within these like family dynasties were like split, and you get a lot of interesting like combinations of people from various industries. You know, it's like you could think, oh, the older money people maybe were like Roosevelt was very old, like early, you know, Anglo-Dutch settler wealthy dynasty, right? He's like a Delano, a Whitney, etc. But then you had like the DuPont family, which was like bankrolling a lot of like kind of proto-America First isolationist anti-New Deal shit. They're also like old like French Huguenot, you know, super wealthy, like basically, you know, they're not Anglo-Saxon technically, but I think French Huguenots are like a powerful subset of like they're basically WASPs, like, you know, like in spirit, and they're intermarried, so whatever. But anyways, so yeah, so now we're getting this game of like different ruling class factions kind of lining up on either side of like the is Hitler too much kind of question. And Kennedy, Kennedy, you would think like I thought the old WASP deep state like killed his children, you know, like in the 60s, like they murdered him. And he was like this Irish Catholic, you know, power player that was tight with FDR and stuff. But even he's got some weird ass fucking stances that, well, maybe not so weird, because one of the first people I think to sign on like their support for the America First Committee was a young man named John Fitzgerald Kennedy, and Gerald Ford, future President Gerald Ford as well. But we'll get to that in a little bit. Anyways, going further in this sus episode. So now, Joseph Kennedy believed a stark warning by Lindbergh might tip the scales against military action by Britain and France. Lindbergh was eager to comply and spent all night drafting his report, which he delivered to Kennedy the following day. Fully aware of his potential influence over world events, his warnings were even more ominous than before and hit closer to home. So this is a quote from Lindbergh's report at this crucial moment. I feel certain that German air strength is greater than that of all other European countries combined, and that she is constantly increasing her margin of leadership. If she wishes to do so, Germany now has the means of destroying London, Paris, and Prague. There are not enough modern warplanes for effective defense or counterattack in England and France combined. In the air, France's condition is pitiful. Although better off, the British air fleet cannot be compared to their German counterparts. I believe that German factories are capable of producing 20,000 aircraft a year. Her actual production is difficult to estimate. The most reliable reports I have obtained vary from 500 to 800 planes per month. Judging by the general conditions in Russia, I would not place great confidence in the Russian air fleet. Germany, on account of her military strength, is now inseparable from the welfare of every civilization. For either to preserve or to destroy it is in her power. To protect themselves in the air, England and France are far too weak. I am convinced that it is wiser to permit Germany's eastward expansion than to throw England and France unprepared into a war at this time. In effect, he was saying that it would be military folly for France and England to stand up to Germany, as they appeared now on the verge of doing. With little effort, Germany would wipe London and Paris off the face of the map and then conquer Czechoslovakia and probably the rest of Europe anyway. Unless the two countries backed off and met Hitler's demands, it would be suicide. Lindbergh's report was just the authority needed to fortify the pro-appeasement forces. After cabling the document to President Roosevelt and the Secretary of State in Washington, Kennedy used his influence to arrange a series of meetings between Lindbergh and some of Britain's most influential policymakers, those likely to have the loudest say in the formation of British policy as the Czech crisis unfolded. Lindbergh's first meeting was with John Slessor, Deputy Air Staff Director of the British Air Ministry. In his notes of the September 22nd encounter, Slessor wrote, quote, "He is convinced that our only sound policy is to avoid war now at almost any cost. He spoke with admiration of Mr. Chamberlain and said he felt he had taken the only possible course. He felt that the present situation was largely the fault of the unwise attitude of France, Great Britain, and the U.S. at Versailles and in the years since the peace treaty, and he said the U.S. was just as much to blame as ourselves and France." When Lindbergh re-emphasized his belief that France and England would lose a war with Germany, doubts began to arise in Slessor's mind as to how much his claims were influenced by German propaganda and carefully staged arrangements designed to impress him. Nevertheless, Slessor later wrote, "It is easy to understand, after talking to him, how he was able to impress the French with the formidable nature of the German threat." Here, Slessor appears in hindsight to be blaming the French for the failure to stand up to Hitler rather than acknowledge Britain's role. Although he later claimed to have viewed much of Lindbergh's pessimism with a grain of salt, he acknowledged that there was much truth in his story. Lindbergh met with a bevy of other high-ranking British officials, including Air Marshal Freeman, Sir Ernest Lemon, and the entire staff of British Air Intelligence. Meanwhile, Kennedy met personally with the Prime Minister and other members of the Chamberlain cabinet, where he frantically relayed Lindbergh's findings. When on September 23rd, London Times editor Geoffrey Dawson called on the ambassador, he found, quote, "Kennedy very vocal and excited and full of strange oaths. He had Lindbergh with him, and he didn't see how we could go to war effectively." An American correspondent covering the crisis in London later recalled that Kennedy kept peddling this Lindbergh story. Goering and his crowd had convinced Lindbergh that they were so powerful, so he would go scare the Chamberlain people. Joe swallowed all of this and kept repeating it to Chamberlain and every other Englishman. In the days following Chamberlain's September 22nd meeting with Hitler, the political situation had changed dramatically. On September 26th, Kennedy reported to U.S. Secretary of State Cordell Hull that sentiment in England and in the cabinet was running against appeasement and toward war. At Westminster Abbey, religious leaders staged a nonstop prayer vigil for peace. Londoners scurried to obtain gas masks and supplies in expectation of a German attack. In his journal, Lindbergh wrote, "If France and England attack Germany at this time, the result will be chaotic and may easily result in the destruction of democracy. I am afraid it may result in the destruction of European civilization." No.
Right.
And then, this is great. 2 days later, he attended a meeting of Oswald Mosley's British Union of Fascists at Hammersmith in London,
right.
where Mosley was scheduled to speak against going to war over Czechoslovakia. On his way to the fascist gathering, Lindbergh passed a communist street meeting where protesters held a banner aloft, "Stand by the Czechs." His assessment of this event, recorded in the journal that evening, has been widely ignored, despite the insight it provides into Lindbergh's political evolution at the time of the Czech crisis. He reports that although he did not find Mosley himself very intelligent, quote, "his meeting, and even his speech, was of a much higher quality than that of the communists. It always seems that the fascist group is better than the communist group. Communism seems to draw the worst of men." Cool. After the meeting, Charles and Anne took the train to Cliveden, where they had been invited to spend the night with Lord and Lady Astor, along with other guests. In his journal, Lindbergh describes the mood of the gathering, quote, "Everyone greatly depressed. It was as though war had already begun. At 8 o'clock that evening, all present gathered around the radio to listen to a speech by Hitler. All expected him to declare war. 2 German boys translated Hitler's remarks for the Astor's guests." Why do they just have like 2 German boys hanging out with them? That's weird. The Fuhrer spoke for more than an hour, building gradually to a crescendo that William Shirer later described as the worst state of excitement I've ever seen him in. Benesch was determined to exterminate Germany, Hitler bellowed. The Czechs had 2 days to accept his ultimatum and bow to German occupation of the Sudetenland. But Hitler did not declare war. Instead, he heaped praise on Neville Chamberlain's peace efforts and assured French and British listeners that he had no further territorial intentions in Europe once this problem was settled. 15,000 Nazi faithful were packed into the Nazi Party Congress to hear their leader's speech. Now the mob erupted, chanting, "Führer, command, we will follow." Nazi propaganda minister Joseph Goebbels bounded to the microphone and promised that a November 1918 will never be repeated. Scheirer described the memorable scene. Hitler looked up to Goebbels, a wild, eager expression in his eyes, leapt to his feet and brought his right hand after a grand sweep, pounding down on the table and yelled, "Ja!" And then he slumped into his chair, exhausted.
Okay.
The following day, September 27th, Lord Astor, who was heartened by Hitler's peace feeler, arranged for Lindbergh to share his German data with a roster of influential Britons. The evening before, Astor had been inclined to press for military intervention in the crisis, prompting Lindbergh to complain that he had been caught up in the spirit of the Light Brigade. But Lindbergh's bleak assessment of the consequences of such a move for England soon brought Lord Astor back to the appeasement position maintained by his wife and other members of the circle. In the afternoon, Lindbergh warned Thomas Jones and a number of other select mandarins that people are being very badly misled in regard to Great Britain's military situation. From there, he was dispatched in Lord Astor's car to a meeting with former British Prime Minister David Lloyd George, who still possessed considerable influence. As they drove, they saw signs of war panic everywhere. As Lindbergh toured the corridors of power with Lord Astor, Nancy kept busy with her own lobbying efforts. Opposition leader Hugh Dalton later recalled being approached by Lady Astor, who told him, "You really ought to meet Lindbergh. He said the German Air Force is the most terrific thing there ever was. No one can stand up to it. He says we ought to make our peace with Hitler as soon as we can." In Berlin, meanwhile, Hitler appeared resigned to the possibility of impending military conflict. It's a matter of blah, blah, blah. That night, Lindbergh slept fitfully, waking up every hour thinking of an England under a bomb attack. The next morning, September 28th, he headed directly for an appointment with Ambassador Kennedy at the U.S. Embassy, where people were lined up waiting for exit visas. Upon his arrival, embassy personnel issued him 2 gas masks. When Kennedy arrived shortly after, he said to Lindbergh, "You may not need them. There's some good news coming in." He rushed out again without elaborating. The news turned out to be a small break in the dark clouds of the standoff. On the evening of the 27th, Hitler had written a note to Chamberlain, assuring him in a moderate tone he was ready to negotiate a formal peace, blah, blah, blah. Then they went to Munich and basically, without Edward Beneš, and negotiated this agreement, right? The results of Munich were preordained. Neither Chamberlain nor Daladier was in any mood to risk a war, and Hitler, recognizing this, bullied his guests throughout the day, winning concessions on one point after another. Shortly after 1 a.m., the 4 leaders affixed their signatures to an accord that gave Hitler virtually everything he had asked for. Then Chamberlain, of course, announces, peace for our time, right? The great slogan.
Yeah.
And everyone was very relieved, but only a lone heretical voice could be heard resisting Winston Churchill, who, of course, said this is sus. Obviously major sus lord, but he had a point about this, that the Nazis were bad and you had to fight them eventually. He says, "We have chosen the shame, and as a reward, we will receive a war." Within 5 months, Germany had broken all of its promises. Most of Czechoslovakia lay in Nazi hands, demonstrating the hollowness of appeasement policy. More importantly, the Munich Pact bought Hitler precious time to strengthen his military machine and prepare for the war that Chamberlain naively believed he had averted. So now here's the takeaway from this. If Lindbergh's assessment of Germany's overwhelming military superiority had been accurate, then Munich would indeed have represented the diplomatic triumph that Chamberlain had heralded. Indeed, had Lindbergh been correct, Britain and France would have surely suffered a quick defeat on the battlefield if war had been waged during the fall of 1938. Within months after the end of the Second World War, however, Lindbergh's 1938 warnings were found to be completely and spectacularly wrong. Goering and his Nazi hosts had so thoroughly deceived their American visitor that he had swallowed and propagated one of history's most damaging lies, a deception destined to have disastrous and tragic consequences in the years ahead. When German military records were seized by the Allies in 1945, they revealed a grim set of statistics. In his 1938 report, Prepared for Joseph Kennedy, Lindbergh had estimated German air strength at 8,000 to 10,000 planes. He believed Germany was producing between 500 and 800 planes per month and was capable of producing 20,000 planes per year. However, German quartermaster records captured after the war reveal that, in fact, Germany possessed only a fraction of this number, slightly over 3,307 planes, and many of these were not operational. While Germany still boasted the largest individual air arsenal, the combined British and French air forces possessed more than 4,000 planes, so more than Germany did. Lindbergh had reported it would take England, France, and Czechoslovakia many years to catch up to Germany, which he was certain had more planes than all the European countries combined. In reality, they were never behind. Of course, numbers alone don't tell the story. Lindbergh had trumpeted the quality of the Luftwaffe as far superior to the obsolete French, British, and Czech arsenals. Indeed, officials at the French and British air ministries knew that their fleets were woefully unprepared to wage a war in the fall of 1938. Years of neglect and failure to modernize had reduced their air capabilities to disastrous levels. Against the state-of-the-art arsenal described by Lindbergh, they were convinced that it would be impossible to defend against Luftwaffe bombers. Quote, Germany now is the means of destroying London, Paris, and Prague, Lindbergh wrote Joseph Kennedy in his September memorandum. Again, he turned out to be completely wrong in his assessment. In fact, captured records later revealed the German Air Force was as unprepared in 1938 as its French and British counterparts. In August 1938, the Luftwaffe officer responsible for operations against the British Isles told his superiors that Germany's capability to attack Britain would amount to, quote, pinpricks. At the time of the Munich crisis, General Helmuth Felmy, commander of the German 2nd Air Force, told the High Command that, given the means at his disposal, a war of destruction against England seemed to be excluded. Moreover, the state-of-the-art German Air Force described by Lindbergh after his inspection tours also turned out to be a myth. Like the RAF, much of the Luftwaffe fleet was obsolete and was undergoing a major overhaul in 1938. Rearmament was not going smoothly by the time of the Czech crisis. German testing of the new fighters and bombers heralded by Lindbergh revealed severe weaknesses, including design problems, a shortage of spare parts, inadequate range, poor pilot training, and high accident rates. A German after-action report on the Czech crisis acknowledged a severe, quote, lack of readiness in maintenance of flying equipment as well as in technical personnel. As late as May 1939, the Luftwaffe Chief of Staff, Hans Jeschonek, warned the German High Command, do not let us deceive ourselves, gentlemen. Each country wants to outstrip the other in air armament, but we are all roughly at the same stage. The inflated numbers and exaggerated readiness reports were key elements in a charade masterfully orchestrated by Hermann Goering and his air ministry, using Truman Smith, Lindbergh, and others as pawns. The two Americans had been completely taken in by their amiable Nazi hosts. As intended, they had passed on the false intelligence to Allied military and political leaders who used the bogus data to formulate their response to Hitler's aggression. The German ploy stands as one of the greatest disinformation feats in history. Neither Lindbergh nor Smith had ever sought to verify independently what they were told. They had no data to back up their claims beyond Goering's assurances. Later on, a handful of appeasement apologists, including Kennedy and Smith, argued that the Munich Pact gave the Allies valuable time to rearm and served as a wake-up call to England and the U.S. This argument has been almost universally discredited, although it is true that both Lindbergh and Smith had urged the Allies to strengthen their own military forces. What the revisionists failed to point out is that this interval also gave Germany an extra crucial year to build up its own war machine. According to Winston Churchill, the year's breathing space said to be gained by Munich left Britain and France in a much worse position compared to Hitler's Germany than they had been in the Munich crisis. Most military historians agree with this assessment. In fact, the strongest evidence that the Western Allies had been duped came from the Nazi leaders themselves at the post-war Nuremberg trials. When asked on the stand about the reaction of the German generals to the Munich Accord, Field Marshal Wilhelm Keitel, chief of the German Armed Forces High Command, responded, "We were extraordinarily happy that it had not come to our means of attack against the frontier fortifications of We are extraordinarily happy that it had not come to a military operation because we had always been of the opinion that our means of attack against the frontier fortifications of Czechoslovakia were insufficient. If war had broken out, neither our western border nor our Polish frontier could really have been effectively defended by us." So yeah, if the proposed Stalin alliance had been approved, then they could have gotten their asses, right? Wehrmacht chief Alfred Jodl confirmed this startling admission. Quote, "It was out of the question with 5 fighting divisions and 7 reserve divisions in the western fortifications to hold out against 100 French divisions," he testified. "That was militarily impossible." The myth of German might in 1938 was a lie of which the military was all too aware. Indeed, General Jodl's diary, captured after the war, reveals that on August 10, 1938, at the beginning of the Czech crisis, Hitler's generals were in a state of near revolt. When one of them cautioned that Germany's western fortifications could only hold for 3 weeks, the Führer flew into a rage. The German army was in such disarray during this period that a group of generals, led by Franz Halder, had even plotted to arrest and overthrow their Führer if he gave the order to attack Czechoslovakia. They were convinced that such an attack would lead to a disastrous defeat for the German military. Germany was according to the rise and fall of the Third Reich, Germany was in no position to go to war on October 1st, 1938, against Czechoslovakia and France and Britain, not to mention Russia. Had she done so, she would have been quickly and easily defeated, and that would have been the end of Hitler and the Third Reich. This evaluation stands in stark contrast to Lindbergh's September 22nd, 1938 report, confidently claiming that, quote, "If she wishes to do so, Germany now has the means of destroying London, Paris, and Prague."
Right.
Wow. Moreover, it was not Munich that prompted England to accelerate its rearmament efforts, as Kennedy later argued in his own defense. It was Hitler's breach of that pact in March 1939 that many believe finally provoked the British government out of its lethargy. 65 years later, we know that Lindbergh's 1938 assessment of German air power was completely wrong. The unanswered question, however, is how much influence his false reports had on subsequent events. Certainly, the damage Goering's deception inflicted on Lindbergh's legacy is irreparable. For more than half a century, his reputation has been scarred by charges that he played a major role in the short-sighted Munich debacle. Those seeking to rehabilitate his reputation, however, have gone to great lengths to downplay his influence in these historic events. Even before Pearl Harbor, charges of grotesque bungling were being leveled regularly at Lindbergh, even though the facts to support the allegations would not surface for years. On January 1st, 1939, only 3 months after Munich, radio commentator Walter Winchell reported that it was Lindbergh's now famous report on Germany's power in the air which was to prove a final factor in Chamberlain's policy at Munich. In 1941, Louis Fisher, European correspondent for The Nation, wrote that the Lindbergh air power reports were, quote, "as responsible as anything else for the Munich deal." To counter those claims, Lindbergh's authorized biographer Scott Berg attempts to downplay his role in the Munich Accord, writing dismissively, "Much of yesterday's hearsay became today's history." To illustrate his assertion that Lindbergh's reputation has been unfairly tarnished by these charges, Berg cites exactly one source, a New York Times columnist named Arthur Kroc. On February 1st...
Kroc.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
Nice.
I guess in February 1939, Kroc informed his readers that, quote, "criticism of any of Lindbergh's activities in Germany or elsewhere is as ignorant as it is unfair." In a column entitled "The Invaluable Contribution of Colonel Lindbergh," he stressed that throughout the aviator's missions to Berlin, Lindbergh has been an official American reporter and advisor on aviation, and that the U.S. government has been the chief beneficiary of his information and technical appraisal. At the time, of course, Kroc had no idea that Lindbergh's information and appraisal were uniformly wrong. Moreover, Kroc's assertion that Lindbergh traveled to Germany only to secretly secure air intelligence on behalf of the American government was simply not true, as Lindbergh himself made clear in a letter to his financial advisor, Harry Davidson, who sent him a copy of the Kroc column. Quote, "It seems to be a favorable article," wrote Lindbergh, "but it is just as inaccurate as all the others as far as many of the statements are concerned. I suppose that I should be very appreciative of the type of article which Mr. Kroc has written, but I prefer to stand upon a foundation of fact rather than of favor." Furthermore, in citing Kroc's defense of Lindbergh, Berg fails to point out that the columnist was a close friend and frequent travel companion of the pro-appeasement ambassador Joseph Kennedy. Kroc was so close to the Kennedy family, in fact, that he, quote, "revised and edited JFK's senior thesis at Harvard, later expanded and published as the best-selling book, Why England Slept." Many Kennedy experts believe Kroc actually wrote most of this work. In the thesis, John Kennedy attempts to downplay his father's controversial role in the Czech crisis by arguing that it was the isolationist character of the British population as a whole, not Britain's political leadership, that it had led to Hitler's appeasement. Wow, JFK and caping for dad. You hate to see it. But anyways, more than half a century later, a significant body of evidence has emerged from government archives, seized Nazi files, diaries of participants, and other primary source material that has permitted a substantially more objective assessment. The key to deciphering the importance of Lindbergh's role is to assess how much weight was given to his appraisal of the strength of German air power. Historian Telford Taylor argues it was a crucial factor. He says Munich was a German military triumph, and the prime instrument of that triumph was the German Air Force, the Luftwaffe. It is a remarkable fact that Munich was the only victory of strategic proportions that the Luftwaffe ever won. He goes on to explain that the Luftwaffe was the, quote, psychological spearhead of German power, arguing that the false estimates spread by Lindbergh and others were a major factor in the diplomatic surrender of England and France. Historian John E. Wood describes the profound effect of Lindbergh's phantom Luftwaffe on Chamberlain's cabinet. Quote, Hitler's Luftwaffe possessed neither the operational ability nor the strategic doctrine to attempt the widespread destruction of lives and industry that weighed so heavily on the minds of British leaders. President Roosevelt, in constant contact with the Chamberlain government during the crisis, later told U.S. Ambassador Josephus Daniels that it was a belief in overwhelming Axis air superiority that made Chamberlain capitulate at Munich. Lindbergh himself later credited Joseph Kennedy's diplomacy with the steps that led to Munich, but his biographer Leonard Mosley accuses him of excessive modesty. Quote, without the devastating statistics and predictions with which Lindbergh had provided him, Kennedy never would have been able to convince Chamberlain of the need to appease Adolf Hitler. Moreover, Kennedy's influence had been solely on Chamberlain, whereas Lindbergh had worked on the French as well. Mosley's first argument is questionable, since Chamberlain was inclined toward appeasement well before Lindbergh or Kennedy came on the scene, but there's no question air power and Lindbergh's reports weighed on the mind of the British and French prime ministers leading up to the Munich Agreement. Lindbergh's powers of persuasion appear to have swayed even the most seasoned of politicians. At the time of the Czech crisis, Thomas Jones, Deputy Secretary of the Cabinet from 1916 to 1930 and confidant to 4 successive British leaders, was one of the most influential people in British politics and a supporter of appeasement. Jones, who had met Lindbergh at Cliveden in 1938, was so impressed with Lindbergh's warnings about German air superiority that he had introduced the American, quote, expert to a group of his friends, all influential politicians, at a luncheon on September 28th at the height of the crisis. So, I mean, you could, make a pretty strong case that this played like a critical role. It's almost, I wonder if it's almost too generous to say that he was psyoped by Hermann Goering, because by all indications, he almost feels like he wants to be psyoped, and he participated, almost out of even though he might not have known that he was presented like an inflated, view of the Luftwaffe, that made it look stronger than it was.
Really, it almost makes you like, I feel like reading like his like statements. I mean, maybe people didn't have like the right handle on him at the time, or I don't know. It's like, honestly, like it makes you like wonder why people like even listen to him. Like you feel like, why would you believe what Lindbergh said, because he was so enamored with the Nazis?
Yeah, I mean, I guess there's 2 explanations maybe for that. Like, one is that this was not as widely known yet. Like, he hadn't given public statements that would signal an affinity for Nazi Germany, particularly. Like, even though he was behind the scenes, he was like hobnobbing with people who were sympathetic to them. And the other one would be that, I don't know, like certain very influential members of the ruling class in Britain were very supportive of like appeasement, and even kind of had a soft spot for Nazi Germany, and didn't see why do they have to be a threat? What if we can and especially I think there was a belief that if a war started, remember this is before the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact. I think a lot of people thought, not without justification, that if a war finally started, that Hitler was going to go after the Soviet Union. He was going to go after the Bolsheviks, for an Eastern Europe. And for that, that's like, oh, he's doing us a great favor. So like, we should like stay out of it and let him cook, right? Because we're, for people that are most worried about the spread of Bolshevism and communism and whatever as a threat to the British Empire and their ruling class interests, like that would do them a lot of favors. The Nazis can be the hatchet men for, it's kind of like, you could almost draw a parallel between like the Anglo-American ruling class and like Israel today of like, let them go off the chain and just like, ooh, no, like, but though it's a little different because, they're
there
very
was
much
like
on our
backlash
side,
to the air defense speech though. Like they talked about this in the American Axis, right? Like the New York Times was like, what the fuck afterwards.
When did he give that speech?
It was, let me see.
Because he submitted reports first that I don't think were public.
Yeah,
like this is all at a high kind of private diplomatic level that he was, submitting these opinions.
Yeah, it's kind of like it was still before like Munich, I think. Hold on, let me see if I can find it in this book. Like the PDF of this is like, a high res like scan, so it's hard to flip through. Yeah, I guess this is kind of after the Munich peace that there was still some backlash. Like there was that one guy, like I think it was Morgenthau, am I right?
Oh, Henry Morgenthau, the Treasury Secretary, the only Jewish member of FDR's cabinet, who was very close to what did he say?
I think he straight up called Lindbergh a Nazi.
Oh, I think that was later. That was once he was already getting involved with like America First type politics. So like we're still in like 1938. I think he did make another trip after the Munich peace accords to Berlin and hung out with Truman Smith. Like it says here, he went to his third visit. Ostensibly, he got an invitation to attend the Lilienthal Aeronautical Society's annual Congress, but the couple had already decided Berlin was going to be their winter home, and Charles was anxious to return the country of his newfound obsession. And their hosts again were, Truman Smith and his wife. This was, I guess, like Truman Smith, he's another very interesting pivotal figure in all this. It says that Truman Smith made what would later prove to be another fatal intelligence blunder on October 5th when he issued a post-Munich intelligence assessment to the U.S. War Department. Quote, Hitler's wish for the immediate future is clear. This is what he cabled to Washington. He wants peace. Germany wants a period of peace, not a few months, but several years at least, and probably a decade. Like, this guy's so sus. Yeah. Like, he was probably a Nazi spy.
Sorry, I made a mistake. It actually was Roosevelt too.
Roosevelt told Morgan that I'm absolutely convinced
that
he's
that Lindbergh is a Nazi.
But
exactly.
that would happen a little late. He hasn't quite gotten
1939.
I think actually one of the first times he got kind of lit up was by Claude Cockburn. I wonder, was Claude Cockburn related to like Alexander Cockburn and like all the boomer Cockburns that were like lefty British journalists?
There's a lot of Cockburns.
I knew that they came from a kind of a posh background.
Olivia Wilde is a Cockburn too.
Oh, you're right. Olivia Wilde is a Cockburn. Yeah. No, the Cockburns are like they're kind of like classic, I don't know, like kind of lefty, like Fabian socialist, like British aristocrats. But Claude Cockburn had published an item in the Week, and he's also the one that coined the term Cliveden Set in his like attacks on them. Is like they're like a fascist. They're a bunch of fascist aristocrats that are trying to appease Hitler. So the paper, which Smith had referred to as a scandal sheet, had attributed a series of derogatory remarks to Lindbergh about the state of Soviet aviation following his visit to Russia 6 weeks earlier. The Week claimed he had leveled his criticism at a dinner party hosted by Lady Astor at her London home. He had allegedly claimed that, quote, Russian aviation was in a chaotic condition and that the German fleet could whip the Russian, French, and English air fleets combined. In fact, this wasn't far off the mark from what Lindbergh had actually said. However, the paper also falsely claimed the Russians had invited Lindbergh to be the chief of their civil air fleet. Yeah, that's not true. A few days later, a group of prominent Soviet aviators, some of whom had hosted the Lindberghs on their visit to Moscow, sent a letter to Pravda attacking Lindbergh as pro-Nazi and anti-Soviet. Right. And well, they didn't miss. Yeah, they're right. Alarm spread throughout the diplomatic community. Under pressure from the Russians, the U.S. military attaché to Moscow begged Lindbergh to issue a statement or, at the very least, to send a private message for the Soviet government denying the remarks attributed to him. But Lindbergh declined, explaining his policy of refusing to comment on press reports, a practice he described as, quote, fatal. It was a policy he appeared to forget a few weeks later when the New York Times and other American papers printed a story claiming he had sent an intelligence report about the Luftwaffe to Washington. This time, he phoned the U.S. Embassy in Berlin with an urgent request that it contact the German Air Ministry and pass on his apology for the publicity. Wow. He was eager, he said, to avoid any, quote, misunderstandings with the Germans. Truman Smith immediately complied with his request. Only 6 days before the Lindberghs arrived in Germany, the Nazis had issued a widely publicized decree ordering German Jews to carry special identification cards, etc. This is, people were putting up signs like Jewry is criminal, whatever. Even an American with no knowledge of German could have identified the mocking caricatures of hook-nosed Jews that accompanied these signs. The Aryanization of the Third Reich was well underway and could not have escaped the notice of a visitor in 1938. But in his defense, historian Richard Ketchum offers an explanation for Lindbergh's seeming indifference to the plight of German Jews. Quote, Lindbergh had the type of mind that absorbed immediately every detail of the airplanes he saw, that took in all the fine points of design and performance. But certain political and social implications of what was going on in Germany seemed to have escaped him, not because he was indifferent or callous, but because such matters were largely beyond the focus of his interest. Yeah, he just cared about airplanes. That's all he cared about. That's why. Right. I guess there was an all-men dinner at the U.S. Embassy that Lindbergh and Smith attended. Wives not invited. The guests included Reichsmarshal Hermann Goering, the most powerful man in the Reich after Hitler, General Milch and General Udet from the German Air Ministry, Belgian and Italian ambassadors, etc. So this is a big moment, and this would come back to haunt Lindbergh later. So when Goering finally arrives, minutes after he makes his appearance, the portly
this is a great story.
The portly Nazi air chief caught sight of Lindbergh standing at the back of the room. He strode over, quickly pumped the American's hand, and presented him with a red box and sheaf of papers, announcing "Im Namen des Führer." It was the Service Cross of the German Eagle with Star, the highest decoration the Reich could bestow on a foreigner, the same award given to Henry Ford only 2 months earlier, but a slightly lower grade. By order of der Führer, translated the aide. Inside the box gleamed a shiny cross to be worn suspended from a ribbon draped around the neck, along with a 6-pointed silver star adorned with swastikas, meant to be pinned on the chest. This event would become one of the defining moments of Lindbergh's career and would be repeatedly summoned by his adversaries in later years to discredit him and his controversial pre-war activities. Basically, people have gone back and forth and been like, well, what was he supposed to do? Like, not accept the medal, and stuff like that.
It's crazy, like, how, enamored people are of Lindbergh. Like, it's crazy how, people, still cling to the idea that Lindbergh was a complex figure.
Oh yeah,
who was
Even today, there's been a great whitewashing of he's just complex. He was a little bit quixotic and idealistic, and the most you could say about him is he's so pure-hearted and it's he was so a neurodivergent, airplane focused,
it's strange because
savant that.
Yeah, it's strange that I feel like Henry Ford in general, people, are much more, uncompromising in their assessment of him. Where I almost feel like Henry Ford contributed more to there's more you could say that he contributed, I guess. Again, I don't think that, but I could see how if you were a person of that temperament and you valued the kind of things that Henry Ford did, or you admired capitalists or something, or
contributed
American
to what?
Industrialists,
contributed to beating the Nazis or something.
No, not to being the Nazis, but like to like American society, like American industry, and things like that. Like whereas like what did Lindbergh actually contribute other than like flying a lot around the world?
It's a
like,
good point.
Which is like just kind of like an impressive like physical stunt and doesn't really like, advance the cause of anything.
Yeah.
So like, why
it is a
people,
weird.
Like,
he did one
Lindbergh
crazy
so
reckless. He did like one crazy reckless thing as a bit for attention, and then became like a mega celebrity off of it, and then kind of ate on that for like the rest of his life. Like even the idea that he's an aviation expert, I'll accept that he's like a skillful pilot. Like there weren't that many pilots back then, sure. Like as a pilot, but like. And I guess he tinkered with his, like, he did some customizations to his Spirit of St. Louis airplane that, though I don't know if he did that like all by himself or he had other like, aerospace engineers helping him out. But he didn't like build airplanes from like the ground up. Like he wasn't like a airplane designer that per se.
Yeah.
Like he knew certain things about airplanes, but yeah. So like really the amount he was treated with like such esteem and like, oh, this guy's such a big deal. Like, he didn't fight in a war, really. I mean, he was in the Army Air Corps in the 1920s. And so he had no like military, war military. He wasn't like a flying ace from World War One. There were some celebrities like that were a big deal. So yeah, it is. He just has this aura about him wherever, like even the highest levels of government in France, Germany, United States, like everyone's opinion like hinges on the expert Charles Lindbergh when he's like not strictly speaking an expert and he's like psyoped by fascism and like Nazism. He loves Nazi Germany and like he has every reason to lie to you about, maybe people thought that was like so unthinkable because he was such a freaking American hero. Like that's unthinkable that he would like engage in a psyop thing to like benefit America's like adversaries or something, but he also kind of hated America. He kind of hated the American people and saw them with contempt.
He disdained like Americans like deeply and like the English as well. It's
yeah. It's another thing that does cut through is a kind of like kind of like oscillating between like extreme Anglophilia and Anglophobia among like the WASP American kind of ruling elite. Like sometimes like the same people, I think I was reading like Sally Pisani's the CIA and the Marshall Plan, and I think she brought up like Alan Dulles' like deep like from childhood hatred of the British Empire. But then like at the same time, like they're heavy like Anglophiles and have like a lot of connections to like the British upper class and shit like that. So it's like kind of it's like a weird complex like relationship where they
you mean like you mean like they admire like British culture but they hate the empire, like
or they both see the British Empire as like a nefarious rival that is like trying to undermine America's like rise to the top or like standing in the way, but also it's like the wellspring from which like Anglo-Saxon American culture all like emanates, and like they kind of identify, and they themselves kind of want to be on the level of like the British aristocracy. That's why so many of them like intermarried with the British aristocracy during the Gilded Age, of like they kind of craved that like classiness that like the British upper classes had. And so there's like kind of this alternating weird like vibe that they have towards it of like hating it but also deeply loving it. And then and I think that kind of split towards like it got to a moment of intensity like by the early part of World War II, where you either had to like, I think most of them ultimately decided to like stick up for Britain and like fight with them, and like defend Britain. But some in kind of the America First crowd, like there's actually a lot of like funny, it's not just like anti-Semitic propaganda that like they're throwing up, but there's a lot of like British, like anti-British, like these fucking British people are infiltrating our society and trying to psyop us into like getting into the war, and like they're like nefarious influences, blah blah blah. So Lindbergh said this medal was like a complete surprise to him. There's no evidence to dispute this, but also there were U.S. Embassy records that revealed that the German Air Ministry did like notify in advance that Minister Goering is going to arrive. There's going to be a short ceremony. General Goering intends to present Colonel Lindbergh with a decoration. But then they claim, oh, well, he never got that message. I guess Anne was kind of like, she wasn't allowed to go to the dinner because it was boys only. But when she came home, she prophetically proclaimed it the albatross.
Right.
But that's what, allegedly, that's according to one account. She immediately thought it was bad. But in her diary that evening, it reveals no such alarm. Quote, C came back late from his dinner, with a German decoration presented him quite unexpectedly by General Goering. Henry Ford is the only other American to get it. The parchment is signed by Hitler. That's
right.
That's the note, so like not really an indication that she was like, oh, no, a Nazi medal, you can't wear that, and so I guess later on, a lot of people made excuses of like, it would have been really offensive to like refuse the medal. He said that in 1941.
Like Smith, right, claimed that Lindbergh never wore it, right?
Mm-hmm. But also he was challenged to renounce it later, during kind of the America First period, and he refused. So, that didn't really look good. Also, this is another kind of damning account that October 25th, a week after the medal presentation, Lindbergh wrote an effusive personal thank you letter to Goering. Quote from Lindbergh, I want to thank you especially for the honor which you conferred on me at the dinner given by Ambassador Wilson. I hope that when the opportunity presents itself, you will convey my thanks to the Reichschancellor, Hitler.
Right.
It is difficult for me to express adequately my appreciation for this decoration and for the way in which you presented it that evening. It is an honor which I shall always prize highly. Smith later claimed Lindbergh never wore it. However, in an article printed 2 days after the ceremony, New York Times reported that Goering had personally pinned the medal on Lindbergh, who appeared, quote, surprised, displayed an embarrassed smile, and thanked Marshal Goering, but proudly wore the decoration during the evening. Newsweek reported a similar account. So, Smith attempted to portray in later years the Goering Medal as an innocent recognition of Lindbergh's New York to Paris flight, rather than a gesture of appreciation for his activities heralding Nazi air power. So, and you can draw your own. You could draw your own interpretation. I guess Winston Churchill in the biography, the historian William Manchester in a Winston Churchill biography described the section on Munich. He ends it with a simple conclusion: the lone eagle had earned his Nazi medal.
yeah, right. That's a great quote.
Yeah. So then, we move on to late 1938, 1939. I guess Lindbergh and his wife are in Berlin during Kristallnacht, which they didn't really say anything about at the time. It would have been a hard thing to avoid, right? Just a kind of a massive state-sponsored pogrom, the night of broken glass, Lindbergh just kind of didn't feel really I think he starts to get a little bit of attacks because people start noticing that he's spending a lot of time in Berlin. He's saying nice things about. This actually did cause a wave of revulsion across America. Roosevelt held a conference condemning the anti-Jewish attacks. Religious leaders from all denominations denounced anti-Semitism as a wicked folly, utterly opposed to the spirit and letter of the teaching of our Lord. German-American organizations issued a statement expressing their shame and sorrow. So now in the American press, the Nazi regime is really being called barbaric, monstrous. And then suddenly the media remembered that one American appeared to approve of the regime. A hero, in fact, who only 3 weeks earlier had been decorated by the Reich and, according to Adolf Hitler, quote, deserved well of it. Only a day after the president assailed the Kristallnacht attacks, the New York Times published a front-page article revealing that the Lindberghs, quote, planned to move to Berlin. The paper attributed the story to friends of the couple who said that the recent abandonment of many Jewish homes might make available apartments for rent. The following week, The New Yorker wrote, with confused emotions, we say goodbye to Colonel Charles Lindbergh, who wants to go and live in Berlin, presumably occupying a house that once belonged to Jews. If he wants to experiment further with the artificial heart, his surroundings there should be ideal. Ouch, burn.
Yeah.
There were a bunch of editorial cartoons, kind of making fun of him. But this was true. He was still planning on moving to Germany. And and it actually, he did locate a house.
He said, like, I feel freer in Germany than I feel in the United States, right?
Right. In fact, he leaned on, like, he found a house he wanted, but then the German Air Ministry, like, told him not to take it because it had belonged to a Jew and it would not do for a distinguished guest to live there. Instead, he was advised to approach Hitler's architect, Albert Speer, who said he would build the couple a house anywhere they wanted. Oh my God. He's I guess when he was interned in prison for war crimes years later, Speer recalled Lindbergh's request. I laugh now when I think about it, he told a reporter. Imagine an American planning to bring his family to Berlin in 1938-39. He must have been very naive. Damn. So actually, Carrel was one that kind of warned them that, like, that's not a good idea to move to Berlin right now because anti-German feeling in the U.S. is running high and there's a great deal of ill feeling against you. He advised them to cancel their plans. And then Eleanor Roosevelt actually wrote to her confidant, Lorena Hickok, this German Jewish business makes me sick. How could Lindbergh take that Hitler decoration? So, Eleanor was not a fan at this point. So this is his reaction in his diary after reading in the London Times about Kristallnacht. He has consternation, quote, I do not understand these riots on the part of the Germans. It seems so contrary to their sense of order and their intelligence in other ways. They have undoubtedly had a difficult Jewish problem, but why is it necessary to handle it so unreasonably? My admiration is constantly being dashed against some rock such as this. He heeded his friend's advice and canceled his planned move to Germany. To do so at this time, he wrote Carrel, would be embarrassing to many people and from many standpoints, but his dismay over Kristallnacht did not appear to sour him for long on the Nazi regime. He was about to embark on an odd mission, the motivations for which remain murky to this day. So he gets invited, he gets invited to advise Germans on their air defense, or to advise the French in November 1938 on their air defenses. He raised some eyebrows in the room when he recommended, why not purchase some state-of-the-art Daimler-Benz or Junkers engines from the Germans? They had just almost been at war. Why would Germany willingly help France strengthen its air force? Asked the bemused French officials. Lindbergh persisted, insisting he had personal contacts in the German Air Ministry, and there was nothing to lose by sending out a feeler. Then he did another visit, a fourth visit, I guess, to kind of look into these, like, French contracts for buying German engines. And they were favorably disposed. He was reassured that neither Goering or Hitler had anything to do with the recent anti-Jewish demonstrations, leading him to conclude that neither Himmler nor Goebbels must have been responsible.
That either,
neither
must have been one of them.
Either of them have been responsible.
There's a funny journal entry story here where he says that he noted in his journal that he tried to obtain a better understanding of the German mind in regards to the Jewish problem. He concluded that all Germans seemed to be anti-Jewish, but in varying degrees, and that it appeared to have something to do with the Jews' role in the internal collapse and revolution following the First World War, a time when they owned the most property. Quote, lived in the best houses, drove the best automobiles, and mixed with the prettiest German girls. He did not offer his own opinion of this fiction, a staple of both Nazi propaganda and Henry Ford's book, The International Jew. Mm-hmm. It's I guess he does really come off as incredibly naive, but I guess that is, I agree, that's kind of like an illusion. I don't think it's pure naivete. I think that he chooses to believe that in a way, that, was it really naive? Was the stab in the back myth really naivete? Was being upset over that Jews are mixing with the prettiest German girls really naivete?
Right. Was this really what was driving it?
I feel if someone says oh, but they're mixing with the prettiest German girls, they have the best automobiles, it's all the Jews' fault that our society is, all this stuff that has happened, it goes back to the Jews. I feel to then believe that is more than naivete, and
right. He kind of wants to believe this, and at this point he's already been friends with Henry Ford since I think right after his flight the spirit of St. Louis. He gets invited to Dearborn, Michigan, and sits down. And that was right at the tail end. This book, The American Axis, we didn't get like too deeply into the origins of Henry Ford's anti-Semitism, but it's actually like it's more sus even than I thought. Like, I think a lot of people might know that he published the International Jew pamphlet, which was collected. Well, he launched a newspaper near, I think it was probably a little before 1920, called the Dearborn Independent, which published all of these like anti-Jewish kind of protocols of the Elders of Zion influenced articles, and then he collected that into a pamphlet called the International Jew, which he sort of spread everywhere. But then 1927 was coincidentally the year where he started to receive like backlash from like Jewish American organizations, and there were calls for boycotts of like Ford cars, right? And so Henry Ford was sort of prevailed upon that this was like really hurting his business, and like he had to like separate himself from the Dearborn Independent, the International Jew pamphlet, and all that shit. So he did a kind of like half-hearted like apology, or I think they tried to pawn it off on one of his employees as like, oh, this guy was publishing stuff that I was like not even aware of, and gee whiz, I think Ford tried to advertise a lot in like Jewish magazines, like to buy Fords and stuff like that. But so he had to kind of go a little like underground with his like beliefs around the time he met Lindbergh, but they hit it off like right away, and their involvement would only like increase over like the 1930s and 40s, up to what I would call almost nebulously treasonous levels. There's a lot I didn't know about Ford's little antics like during the early parts of World War II. So the last time I think Lindbergh goes to Germany was like December 1938 for this kind of like, January 1939 was the last time he, sat foot on German soil until after World War II. Truman Smith actually gets diagnosed with diabetes. Yeah. And so he gets sent back to Washington in February 1939, and which like really pissed him off because like he was very well placed.
The story after that about his visit with the Astors in England is good. It shows like exactly what like we're talking about, where like the he had a conversation with the ambassador to the U.S., like Lord Lothian. Actually, it's a funny paragraph. He said, it is. The same month, the Lindberghs, that Smith had to return to the United States and report to Walter Reed Hospital. The Lindberghs were invited to England by their old friends, Lord and Lady Astor, who were still giddy from the apparent success of the Munich Pact 4 months earlier. Charles had a chance to personally congratulate Neville Chamberlain when the Prime Minister lunched at Cliveden on February 26th. That evening, Lindbergh entered into a heated discussion with Britain's ambassador to Washington, Lord Lothian, about the possibility of war. Lothian worried that a lasting peace could be achieved only so long as the German leadership, quote, does not go mad with the feeling of power and destiny. To this, Lindbergh wrote in his journal, I think I have a little more confidence in the sanity of German leadership than he has. So there you go. It's about like craziness and sanity, right? It's like
They're serious. They're serious. Yes. So then, 2 weeks after that, Germany just like marched into Prague and dismembered Czechoslovakia, despite being so sane. Then they took over the Škoda Works, a big weapons manufacturer, right? Which has always been a big powerful weapons manufacturer. In the process, the Germans came considerably closer to achieving the military superiority Lindbergh had falsely proclaimed 6 months earlier. The move was one step nearer to the war Munich had been crafted to prevent. So then, like, Smith initiated a new round of correspondence with Lindbergh. This is a little bit like spooky and weird. Like, in contrast to their previous correspondence that focused mostly on German air power, this series of letters was preoccupied with the imminent European conflict. The two devised a rudimentary code made up of numbers from 0 to 100, with which Smith would signal his assessment on the odds of war when he corresponded with Lindbergh. Thus, yes, 20 meant Smith believed there was only a 20% chance war was imminent.
Okay.
Like, I don't know why they're scoring the odds like Polymarket on the odds of war, but kind of weird. Lindbergh's week in England appeared to harden his increasing contempt for the British, which became an ever-recurring theme in his journal. Quote, the more I see of modern England and the British people, the less confidence I have in them. I feel sorry for the English. No wonder they're desperate. In the English, he saw a lack of, quote, virility. They were a people ill-adapted to the modern world, more attuned to the age of ships than aircraft. Once again, it's all about airplanes. The important thing, he concludes, is to avoid letting their shortcomings, quote, overthrow our entire civilization. The balance of power had passed, he decided, and the future clearly belonged to the new Germany. When the number
in some ways it makes sense that someone like Lindbergh would inevitably like if you think about like the Futurist Manifesto and like Marinetti and stuff,
worshiping,
like the sort of worship of the machine and the power and the aesthetic,
like
of
the
machine,
sleek like airplane, Zeppelin,
exactly.
Even like Mussolini's like overflowing praise of like the spirit of St. Louis, like this gets me hard, like this is the most beautiful, like we're conquering nature, like they really fucking love it. And he's like Lindbergh is one of these like machine head type people that just like everything's like a sleek airplane, like everything's an engine, everything's a vehicle, like humans don't matter. Well, except for like the bloodlines, I guess they matter. So Lindbergh comes back on April
ideally
1939.
they will become machines,
right? We will become
mechanical
machines.
hearts that will allow them to live forever.
Yeah.
So other than that, yes.
Right. So Lindbergh finally comes back to America after like 4 years of exile and was immediately summoned for a meeting with General Hap Arnold, the chief of the U.S. Army Air Corps. And they wanted his advice about how strong, like the Nazi Air Force was and how to build their air defenses, et cetera, et cetera. He had never met FDR. Like FDR, they passed along like a greeting from FDR that he wanted to thank him personally for the service he had provided touring German aviation facilities. But actually there was a political battle between FDR and Lindbergh in 1934 that sort of set their relationship on a bad course. I guess Roosevelt issued a surprise presidential decree announcing the cancellation of all domestic airmail contracts. The Senate committee had discovered a number of irregularities in the awarding of contracts. Remember, Lindbergh's only job before the big flight was working for like a regional airmail kind of route, right? Like between St. Louis and Chicago. So so basically like FDR kind of nationalized this and said the Army Air Corps would deliver the mail instead of the allegedly corrupt private firms which had dominated the industry for years. 3 days later, Lindbergh, who had begun his career in this, sent a telegram to the White House protesting the cancellation. And then he also leaked his communication to the press. The skirmish appeared on the front page of every American newspaper. When it came to aviation issues, even the President of the United States was no match for America's flying hero. Roosevelt was forced to back down in a public and humiliating retreat. Lindbergh, meanwhile, was beginning to understand how his fame could be harnessed to political ends. He and Roosevelt were destined to clash again. They sure were. So I guess they did meet. Yeah, they met for 15 minutes. It was cordial. They exchanged pleasantries. The president, FDR, brought up the fact that his daughter had attended school with Anne Lindbergh. So that, WASPs be connected. So he said in his journal afterwards about FDR, I liked him and feel I could get along with him well. But there was something about him I did not trust, something a little too suave, too pleasant, too easy. It is better to work, like contrasting to like Hermann Goering, who he like loves. It is better to work together as long as we can. Yet somehow I have a feeling that it may not be for long. So he was not the only American. Here we go. We're about to get America First pilled. He was not the only American wary of Roosevelt in the spring of 1939. As tensions mounted in Europe, political circles in the nation's capital were deeply divided among those who favored decisive U.S. intervention to stop the Nazis in their tracks and those who believed America had no business meddling in European affairs. And then there was a smaller clique, anti-communist, anti-Semitic, and very conservative, made up primarily of military officers, intelligence agents, Republican politicians, and former diplomats. I would also add like Midwestern industrialists, really industrialists in general, I would say. This group believed that Hitler could be useful. They were not necessarily pro-Nazi, but believed that German aggression could be channeled eastward to rid Europe of the Soviet menace. Many of them were loyal to Roosevelt's predecessor, Herbert Hoover, and many had served in his administration. Meanwhile, Truman Smith, now back in Washington, was in great demand on the social circuit for his first-hand knowledge about Hitler and the Nazis. What are his intentions? Can he be trusted? Will there be war? Ideologically, Smith was immediately drawn to the Hoover Group, and they to him. He could offer them two very valuable commodities, a vast knowledge of Germany and his close friendship with America's most popular hero. The group was rudderless without any formal organization. Its members shared a common conservative ideology and vision for America, but they needed a leader, a man who could publicly crystallize this vision. The natural choice was Herbert Hoover, but the former president was still extremely unpopular with the American people, who were convinced he dragged the country into the morass of the Great Depression. Yeah. Smith was officially recuperating from diabetes, awaiting his appearance at a retirement board, but he decided to use his time constructively, preparing for the political battle ahead. In quick order, he introduced Lindbergh to his new Washington contacts, congressmen, senators, intelligence officers, and other conservatives concerned about an imminent European war. And as Lindbergh made the rounds in Washington during those months in the spring and summer of 1939, he appears to have taken on a new preoccupation. For years, his private correspondence and journal entries had displayed an obsession with race. But as he spent more time with Smith discussing the shifting political winds, his racial discussions took on an even narrower focus. For the first time, Lindbergh's attention centered on the Jews and their supposed influence over American foreign policy. On June 30th, describing a meeting that afternoon with powerful isolationist Senator Harry Byrd, he wrote in his journal, "We are both anxious to avoid having this country pushed into a European war by British and Jewish propaganda, of which there is already too much." Later, he says, meeting with Bill Castle, "We are disturbed about the effect of Jewish influence in our press, radio, and motion pictures. Let's see, it may become very serious. Whenever the Jewish percentage of the population becomes too high, a reaction seems to invariably occur. It is too bad because a few Jews of the right type are, I believe, an asset to any country, adding to rather than detracting from its strength."
There you go, exactly.
Yeah.
So it's
there's
like,
good
hold
Jews
on,
and
we
bad
need a
Jews.
few.
Yeah, he does say this. This is true. It's interesting to note the similarities between his notions of the good Jew and Henry Ford's use of the same phrase 2 decades earlier. The paranoia about Jewish propaganda around this time may have had its roots in a movie released by Warner Brothers in 1939 called Confessions of a Nazi Spy, which was about a German espionage ring operating in the U.S. The film was seen as a turning point in Hollywood, the first motion picture to actually attack Hitler's regime. Previously, many studio heads in Hollywood, many of them Jewish, had been reluctant to deal with Nazi themes for fear it would call attention to their own religious heritage and spark anti-Semitic attacks. But then after a Warner studio representative named Joe Kaufman was murdered in Berlin in 1936 by a gang of Nazi thugs, Jack Warner decided it was time to warn Americans of the growing Hitler menace. So I guess after this came out, the feared backlash immediately materialized, with the nation's most notorious Jew baiters seizing on the theme of pervasive Jewish influence. This guy, Major Susslord, Father Coughlin, right? Father Charles Coughlin, on his popular weekly radio show, the kind of the biggest anti-Semite, in media, rarely missed a chance to inform his 20 million listeners that the Jews controlled Hollywood and the press. Let's see. Truman Smith, according to the FBI, they received a report that Truman Smith had approached the notorious American fascist leader, James True, and asked him to, quote, furnish all available information on the Jewish subject for Lindbergh. If the report is correct, it might account for Lindbergh's increasingly anti-Semitic attitudes at the time. And it's also possible he was exposed to this by traveling in Nazi Germany, right? This is interesting. In 1936, Julius Streicher's notorious anti-Semitic daily, Der Stürmer, reported that the abduction of the Lindbergh baby had been a Jewish plot designed to obtain Charles Jr.'s blood for a religious ritual.
Oh,
no.
Wow. There you go. I guess, the blood libel.
I guess blood libel. But it is weird because, if he did it, then, how could that influence him if he actually did it? You know what I mean? Unless he thought people kind of believe this, cool. You know what I mean? I don't know. If true that he had something to do with his son's death, then you would assume that if he reads this in a paper, he
does say that there was no evidence that he was aware of it.
This article.
And
okay.
Yeah, and also the guy who did it, who he pinned it on, was German.
Yeah.
I feel like it's unlikely that if he didn't do it, then he probably did believe that it was that German guy, or at least was satisfied to think that it was. And if he did do it, then obviously he didn't think that it was that. But Yeah. I mean, he might have been, I could see him being fascinated with the idea of, this kind of, like the sort of blood libel story, the like use of like Christian blood for rituals.
When in fact, like he might have done it for kind of like weird eugenic reasons that are kind of about the blood in a different way,
I mean, like as we saw, like theory in a way, like even though like it's not like as wacky as it sounds, like even if you don't want to go like that far, because of course it's all like circumstantial and speculative, like it certainly is not so, to say that like a father would like use his own child for this purpose. I mean, you'd have to be like a truly depraved person, which by all accounts, Lindbergh was. But, leaving that aside, like the use of like human beings for like scientific experiments, especially like human beings who are deemed like unfit or, biologically inferior in some way. Like, of course, we saw that on like an industrial scale in Nazism, under the Third Reich. And certainly this was something that was not, out of beyond the Overton window or beyond the pollen in the United States, right? Like,
and some horrible things were normalized.
Yeah.
Like Joe Kennedy's daughter, like we brought up last time, he had her lobotomized for like psychiatric problems, or she was like too uppity or something. But she had her institutionalized and lobotomized. JFK's sister, so like, and that was considered like normal that wasn't considered like insane at the time. Whenever that happened, I forget if it was like in the 50s maybe when that happened, or the 40s or the 50s when that happened. But anyways, like, so Smith and Lindbergh are both back in the U.S. They're hanging out all the time. Smith is like funneling like Nazi anti-Semitic literature to Lindbergh. They're hanging out in Long Island with a lot of other like isolationist people. And they're worried about like Jewish like cultural influence or whatever. It says here, this is interesting, fearful that they were being watched by the Roosevelt administration, Lindbergh and Smith worked out a more sophisticated code to complement the rudimentary numbers device they'd used until then to discuss the odds of war. They operated like secret agents behind enemy lines. Henceforth, a member of the anti-Roosevelt faction would be referred to as, all caps, friend. Individual isolationist senators and congressmen were assigned numbers, except for particularly valuable allies who had their own code names. Congressman George Tinkham of Massachusetts, for example, was referred to as Beard. As long as Smith remained a G2 intelligence officer, he enjoyed access to valuable intelligence data that could be passed on to members of the anti-Roosevelt faction. However, his privileged access looked likely to be terminated in August when Smith was scheduled to report to an Army medical board that would almost certainly recommend his retirement because of diabetes. But then on July 25th, Lindbergh intervened on behalf of a friend and requested a private meeting with General George Marshall, U.S. Army Chief of Staff. Over lunch, he told the powerful general that it would be inexcusable if the Army failed to make use of Smith's ability and knowledge by discharging him from a distinguished career simply because of his physical problems. Marshall apparently took heed. A month later, the general personally intervened to overrule the medical board's decision to recommend Smith's retirement. Instead, he ordered Smith back to active duty with G2, the War Department's military intelligence division. Yikes. Not a guy you would like want, like a trustworthy person to like have access to like the top levels of military intelligence, right?
Yeah.
So I guess not coincidentally, Marshall was himself an avowed isolationist, believing, like many of the Army high command during this period, that true patriotism involved resisting pressures at home or abroad. Blah blah blah.
I wanted to note before that apparently it was, according to like contemporary journalism, it was James True who was like the first person to use the slogan "America First." At least, this is what the St. Petersburg Times said in 1944, so a little bit after like this whole episode. But yeah, James True is a long-geared, wavering reed, the only Washington native son among the 29 defendants in the mass sedition trial. He looks as if a medium-weight breeze or a single gust of oratory from his attorney, J. Austin Latimer, would blow him away. True rears to an attitude of around 6'2", but he cannot possibly weigh more than 118. Cane, dark glasses and all. He is about as big around as a king-size cigarette and approximately the same color. His fine spun hair is snow white. His face is pallid as a sheet, and his wattled turkey neck is an unhealthy gray. Every morning when he takes his seat, True yanks a funny-looking contraption from his pocket and proceeds to blow into it. Defendant True's lungs aren't what they used to be, and it is fully 15 minutes before a fascinated onlooker discovers he is inflating one of those round rubber donuts some people sit on when nature has skimped on the normal cushioning. After getting the thing blown up, True lifts himself up from the hard bench and places his pneumatic seat, easing his skinny buttocks into the yielding comfort. He grimaces his relief and settles back. He is ready for the courtroom day. You'd be surprised how hard your own bench feels after seeing his horrific expression. This is True, the inventor of the K-slur killer, a little instrument which he used to advertise in his anti-Semitic, anti-Roosevelt, pro-fascist sheet industrial control reports. It was a lead-weighted Billy, which came in two sizes, a big one for men who don't like Jews and a smaller one for women who feel the same way. True launched his James True Associates in Washington in July 1933, 6 months after Hitler came to power in Germany. He paralleled the Axis propaganda lines in his reports. This little piece of literature said Hitler and Mussolini were okay. Interesting spelling of okay. It's spelled, with an H. And Japan was fighting communism in China, and that the U.S. government was a sinister front for the hidden hand, a super government of Jewish finance which ruled the world. He trumpeted that Christian Nazism as the last bulwark of capitalism against Jewish communism. True was apparently the first man to use the slogan America First. In August 1934, he organized and named himself President of America First Incorporated, in which he offered membership at $1 a year. Wow, he had a Patreon, the original Patreon. He's like he's kind of like Nick Fuentes of
there's such great war energy like with all of these people, and the fact that like Nick Fuentes is from like suburban Chicago and kind of like rails in his like flat Midwestern accent about like the Jewish law, like it, it's ain't nothing new, really. I'm not surprised he comes from Chicago,
right?
Let's say an under-examined nest of sussery. As we've said many times.
Yeah, those same bony fingers are the ones that knocked this out on the typewriter for printing in his nasty little paper. Despite increasing violent and poisonous radio and newspaper propaganda against the organization, the German-American Bund is leading the fight for Americanism. Kind of interesting.
Did he lead the German-American Bund?
I don't,
because they were explicitly exposed they were so exposed as like a Nazi front that eventually even the Nazi intelligence officers in America, or like, their handlers back in Germany were like, stop funneling your efforts like through them because like they're too obvious. Like they've, because they would like fly like swastikas and shit and be like very obviously like Nazi, and they became very almost an embarrassment. And so the America First Committee, which would form soon, and some other associated groups were much more subtle. And one thing that did jump out to me in general about a lot of these people and stuff.
He didn't like. I don't think he was involved. I think he may just admire them. He didn't lead them. I don't think.
Okay. It might have been a different person that led them.
He was. Yeah, I mean, it is interesting that like this is kind of like that he. It is interesting that he was like tried for sedition in he was indicted for it in 1942, and the trial didn't open until 44. But yeah, I mean, like he was in the audience in 1933 when George Moseley testified before the Dice Committee and called on President Roosevelt to remove all communists from government and use the army to put down an imminent communist revolution in the United States.
Kind of sounds like business plot vibes.
Yeah, like it's an interesting story. You can kind of see how like the like communism obviously during the Cold War period was like priority number one. But obviously you have to keep like fascism under control as well. Like it's also like a threat that needs to be managed, right? And it's something that like could go in a direction that would destabilize things. You see that kind of flare up from time to time.
Well, I think especially with the kind of like upper class, like the wealthy sort of people that were funding a lot of these groups, like these industrialists in the 30s, like to them, this was all like I said, it was all connected. Like the, fighting Bolshevism over there helps these guys like crush unions at home and like, subversive opinions among the workers and stuff like that. And like they saw, they wanted to build kind of a world empire of capitalism. And in that, thing, the Nazis were much more amenable to like preserving and defending, capitalism in a lot of ways, like despite their more unsavory aspects, like they fundamentally and they hated like Bolshevism, you know, like more than anybody. It's, you know, often I think
the problem is that they were, like, as Lord Lothian said, like the real problem for those people, obviously not the real problem with Nazis, you know, in the opinion of anyone actually reasonable, but like in the opinion of those people, as Lord Lothian said, it really was like that they got like worked up with their like sense of power and destiny, and they couldn't, like, you know, stop like their imperial ambitions.
Right.
So
they were a little too on
like
one.
they would be a threat to everybody. They wouldn't want to work and like with people. They would want to subjugate everybody.
Right.
Right.
And I think also like taking over Britain, a variety of people kind of made this point that were like pro-interventionists, were like the, you know, the isolationist argument that like the European war has nothing to do with us. Well, if they take over, if they conquer Britain and like smash the British Empire, like there goes our naval protection and like shipping routes to like around the world and around Europe, because we can depend on the British to like more or less police the high seas and like defend the flow of American commerce. And it could be a situation where, you know, the Nazis kind of do like a closing the Strait of Hormuz type situation that could like bring America. I think somebody said like, you know, obviously Hitler's not going to launch like a mechanized assault on America. He's going to subvert it from within and like cause America to collapse and like empower like indigenous Nazi forces, or you know like nativist Nazi forces here, and also economically strangle America to the point where when the Nazis finally do invade, it might as well be on like canoes and paddle boats.
Basically,
you know, like
everything that like we,
without firing
you know,
a shot.
the American people were told was like an imminent, you know, like even Mosley during this time was talking about the imminent communist threat, and certainly during the Cold War, like the imminent communist threat was always being discussed, right? And this is like the idea that like the communists could win decisively, you know, was certainly a like huge concern. So everything that would apply to them would apply to like, you know, a triumphant Hitler, right? Like if he like truly like took over Europe and built like the empire of his dreams, if he took over the Soviet Union, right? Then
I mean, he would pose an existential threat to like American hegemony. Yeah, exactly, I mean, I guess it kind of does come down to like, do you think Hitler's a mad dog who's just going to keep going and wants to subjugate and like undermine the U.S., or do you think he's a swell guy who actually we could like make an epic partnership with? And that was kind of the disagreement, right?
Well, exactly, and that's like kind of like an indictment of like the, you know, American you know, ruling class and like their sensibilities,
their self-conception of America that we could and can and should be best friends with Hitler. Like we got it all wrong. We need to be BFFs.
The problem was not like it wasn't having to do with the ideology or even like the anti-Semitism. It was like it was the exact same thing that we see now with like the Democrats and the Republicans with regard to the war in Iran in the United States, right? It's a process problem. Like it's all about like process and not about the actual goals. Like they actually like agree ideologically. The problem is, you know,
the old
like he's going about it wrong, and
the Wilsonians are kind of up in arms because this is it's not the right way to approach it. But now, you know, I want to get to the founding of like America First, which is coming up here, and all these like powerful people that start like quietly networking throughout. You know, this is right after Germany invades Poland on September 1st. So on September 10th, a week after the declaration of war, Lindbergh received a phone call from his new friend, Fulton Lewis Jr., a well-known conservative podcast or radio commentator, basically, you know, whose broadcasts were carried out over the Mutual Broadcasting System, one of America's largest radio networks. They had met 2 weeks earlier at the home of prominent isolationist Bill Castle, strongly conservative former Undersecretary of State in the Hoover administration, who is currently assistant chairman of the RNC. It was at this dinner that the three men had discussed the pervasive Jewish influence in Hollywood and the media. At the same gathering, Lindbergh had wondered aloud whether, quote, it might not be, wow, there's the military jet flying over my house right now. It's extremely loud.
Yeah, every time we're recording for so long, I'm always like, you know, and like we're reading from these books and like talking to each other and like not looking at like the news. I'm always like, is some kind of insane thing happening? But I guess
That's
I would rely on the chat to notify us of this.
Yeah, please do notify us if like it's about to launch happens or whatever. But they do fly jets over LA.
Speaking of the chat, I want to acknowledge Griffin, our chat stalwart, for coming up with a wonderful onomatopoeic representation aestheticization of like the fascist aestheticization of machinery. Boom, boom, pow, pow, crack, shoom, shoom,
pow, boom, pop, show. Yeah, it's like a Thomas Pynchon like parody song or something.
Yeah,
I mean, the Lindy
true.
hop, right? That was in Shadow Ticket a lot.
That was what was running all through like Charles Lindbergh's brain. Like,
yeah,
constantly.
yeah.
He just had like pistons like going on in there.
Boom, boom, pow, pow. Yeah, exactly. They're all little boys at the end of the day. So basically, you know, they wanted to, Lindbergh had wondered aloud whether it might not be wise, should war erupt, to have a small group ready to become active in opposition to American entry in European war. Lewis now believed time had come to activate this group. Unbeknownst to his many radio listeners, Lewis was on extremely friendly terms with the Nazi embassy in Washington, as a 1939 dispatch captured by the Allies after the war later revealed. In this communique, a German press attaché in Washington had cabled the Foreign Office in Berlin, passing along a suggestion from Lewis to Hitler, explaining how the Fuhrer could establish a friendly relationship with Roosevelt and ensure continued American neutrality. Lewis even provided the specific wording for the letter he proposed the Chancellor send to the American president. So, wow. Okay. Yeah. Like in a dispatch to Berlin, the German attaché recommends Lewis as a, quote, an admirer of Germany and the Fuhrer and a highly respected American journalist. With Europe at war, Lewis now set his sights on the Lone Eagle as the isolationist New Hope. He used his network connections to arrange radio airtime for Lindbergh to address the American people in a nationwide address with a plea for neutrality. Lindbergh, with his behind-the-scenes shuttle diplomacy during the Czech crisis a year earlier, had maintained a low profile and had thus gone unnoticed by the public. Few Americans were aware of the influential role he played in the events leading up to Munich. In fact, since Bruno Hauptmann's execution in 1936, the American media had devoted little coverage to the man who, you know, was such a celebrity. Now he was about to take center stage again for a role for which his new friends had been grooming him for months. For 5 days, Lindbergh carefully drafted and revised the remarks, which would mark his first formal radio appearance since 1931. The speech would be carried over 3 national radio networks and reach an audience as large as that of Roosevelt's popular fireside chats. But on the afternoon of September 15th, a rather strange incident threatened to derail the address slated for that evening. Truman Smith arrived at Lindbergh's Washington hotel room around 4 p.m. with an urgent message. Smith explained the Roosevelt administration was very much worried about Lindbergh publicizing his opposition to American entry into a European war. If he would agree to cancel his address, the president was willing to offer Lindbergh a newly created cabinet position, Secretary for Air, established just for him. As he relayed Roosevelt's offer, Smith could barely contain his glee. So you see, they're worried, he said, laughing. Oh my God. It's kind of disputed whether or not this actually happened. Like apparently, like, you know, Lindbergh was like, of course, I'll never accept that, you know, or whatever. But he does say in his diary, the offer on Roosevelt's part does not surprise me after what I learned about his administration. It does surprise me, though, that he thinks I might be influenced by such an offer. No evidence has ever been found confirming Roosevelt actually made this offer. We only have Smith's word that it happened. And then it says that evening, millions of Americans gathered around for what would be called the Great Debate. At 9:45 p.m., a thin nasal voice announced, I speak tonight to those people in the United States of America who feel that the destiny of this country does not call for our involvement in European wars. For half an hour, in a compelling speech that appealed as much to emotion as reason, Lindbergh raised the specter of unprecedented bloodshed. Quote, we are likely to lose 1 million men, possibly several million, of the best of American youth. We will be staggering under the burden of recovery during the rest of our lives. After warning that involvement in European war may lead to the end of Western civilization, the recurring theme of his correspondence for months, he uttered the speech's most memorable line, cautioning his listeners against heeding emotional appeals about the plight of Europeans. We must be impersonal as a surgeon with his knife. It is this okay, cool.
Yeah, just like I was.
Yeah, his experiments.
Little
attention was given to a cryptid passage buried near the end of his address. In it, he advised his listeners to be wary of the propaganda they were bound to encounter in the months ahead. Quote, we must ask who owns and who influences the newspaper, the news picture, and the radio station. If our people know the truth, this country is not likely to enter the war. We must learn to look behind every article we read and every speech we hear. Yeah, you know, a little bit of a dog whistle. So his reemergence on the national scene was the talk of the nation for days. The Roosevelt administration, sensitive to his popular sway, was initially relieved that he had not explicitly opposed the repeal of the arms embargo that was a cornerstone of the president's new foreign policy, aid short of war. In their predominantly favorable coverage, a lot of newspapers noted he was simply carrying on his father's legacy from World War I, right? Like they would repeatedly invoke that over the next 2 years. But there was a very striking difference between Lindbergh's philosophy toward war and the philosophy of his father, C.A., who was a self-proclaimed pacifist. In one of his journal entries, Lindbergh would underscore the difference when he wrote, quote, "What luck it is to find myself opposing my country's entrance into a war I don't believe in, when I would so much rather be fighting for my country in a war I do believe in." So yeah, not a pacifist really, just selectively a pacifist for this one war. So I guess like editorials of his after the radio address were 90% favorable. And people generally didn't want to just like broadly didn't want to get involved. Like, let's see. It actually, this is kind of a creepy thing. Like there were two people that did not like his speech very much who had been contemplating using him as a go-between to send a message to the White House that would forever change the course of history. For several weeks, exiled European physicists Leo Szilard and Albert Einstein had been discussing how to inform Roosevelt about a radical new scientific discovery, the realization that a nuclear chain reaction could be generated into a large mass of uranium to produce a bomb capable of unprecedented destruction. So they thought they would give this information about the atom bomb, this like incredibly secret, sensitive information. They worried that if they didn't give this information to FDR, then Germany might discover it on their own and build one first, right? So they had deep reservations, but they decided they had to tell like the president about it, and they had to build an atom bomb before the Nazis did. So they desperately sought a way to get the sensitive message directly to the president. They needed an emissary who they believed could place their message directly in Roosevelt's hands. Szilard immediately seized upon Charles Lindbergh as the ideal candidate.
Oh my!
Einstein had become acquainted with Lindbergh years earlier because he used to come and hang out at Alexei Carrel's lab,
right.
And he agreed to write a letter of introduction, which was given to Lindbergh a couple weeks before Germany invaded Poland. I guess like they did send this letter to him, but then like they waited and didn't get a reply, and then after 2 weeks after the address, Szilard wrote a letter to Einstein concluding Lindbergh is not our man, So, yeah, I mean, hopefully he didn't pass that info. I mean, you never know. He could have passed that info on to some other people. But the isolationists love Lindbergh's radio speech. Herbert Hoover sent his congratulations for a really great address and suggested a meeting. So they did meet at the Waldorf Astoria, where the former president shared his view that the British Empire was in decline and that Germany's expansion was inevitable, whether by force or diplomacy. They agreed on one more thing. Roosevelt definitely desires to get us into this conflict. So yeah, I mean, he was thinking that they might have to get involved. Let's see, Churchill was really like kind of, he had started a letter correspondence with Roosevelt, and Churchill was definitely trying to like bring him in closer, right, to like back Britain.
Mm-hmm.
But he was pledging publicly a stance of like neutrality, but like maybe some aid. Yeah, let's see. So then, just going down here. Yeah, on the other side of the Atlantic, this is when, the final solution is kind of like being rolled out as this speech starts. On the other side of the Atlantic, Lindbergh appears to have cemented his credentials as a leader of isolationism at a remarkably rapid pace, considering his political inexperience. He was clearly no mere figurehead. On October 2nd, Herbert Hoover himself called and asked his advice about an upcoming speech he planned to deliver about the military prospects for Britain and France in the new European war. But as Lindbergh was advising ex-presidents, it soon became clear who was shaping his own views. Behind the scenes, Truman Smith was at work steering his political protege to meetings with potentially useful members of Congress and other powerful policymakers. He met with Congressman George Tinkham of Massachusetts. This is a good point here. The most puzzling aspect of Smith's activities at this juncture is why he was permitted by his superiors to pursue such an obvious political agenda while still on active military duty. Like Lindbergh had been removed from active status in the Air Corps by General Hap Arnold the day before his first radio address because he planned to take an active part in politics, yet Smith was permitted to continue planning isolationist strategy in a less than discreet fashion. Clearly, many high-ranking members of the U.S. military sympathized with the isolationist cause and were untroubled by Smith's behind-the-scenes plotting, so long as he kept out of the public eye. So after meeting with Congressman Tinkham, they decided Lindbergh would need to do another address with a more focused message. Roosevelt was trying to repeal the arms embargo, I guess, to arm England. And this would be the first step towards kind of indirectly getting involved. And they were gathering votes. The isolationists wanted to destroy this. So Lindbergh goes back on October 14th and gives a speech called Neutrality and War. Let's see. Yeah, he kind of he outlined a 4-point proposal that would continue the arms embargo on offensive weapons, but offer the European allies all the defensive weapons America could spare. As many later noted, this policy was next to useless against a German army, well stocked with its own extraordinary offensive arsenal. That would basically set everybody up for failure. And also... Yeah, he also he said something. There's a passage that crystallized his increasing obsession with race. Lindbergh had reunited with Carrel, spending considerable time with him back in America. The two were making plans to establish an Institute for the Betterment of Man at the Lindbergh's old Hopewell estate, where their common ideas about eugenics and spiritual development could be advanced, harnessing what Carrel called the weapons of knowledge and thought, which are so abundantly available. Now, Lindbergh says, kind of related to this, our bond with Europe is a bond of race and not of political ideology.
Right.
We had to fight a European army to establish democracy in this country. It is the European race we must preserve. Political progress will follow. Racial strength is vital. Politics a luxury. If the white race is ever seriously threatened, it may then be time for us to take part in its protection, to fight side by side with the English, French, and Germans, but not with one against the other for a mutual destruction. It was as if Lindbergh perceived the European conflict merely as a misguided internecine battle between racial brothers. Yeah, so then actually it was after this one that people start kind of attacking him. Various politicians kind of start
really
going
after this one. Yeah.
So a number of senators pointed out the remarkable similarity in wording between Lindbergh's radio address and a recent talk by Herbert Hoover. And then, other people said that the distinction between defensive and offensive weapons is kind of ridiculous. Then syndicated columnist Dorothy Thompson, one of his few critics early on, called Lindbergh a somber cretin, a man without human feeling, and a pro-Nazi recipient of a German medal. Lindbergh, she wrote, dreamt of being an American Führer. And then actually First Lady Eleanor Roosevelt jumped in and wrote an editorial signaling her approval of some of the recent media assaults on Lindbergh's speech. She says that Dorothy Thompson sensed in Colonel Lindbergh's speech a sympathy with Nazi ideals, which I thought existed, but could not bring myself to believe was really there. Wow. So she was kind of, saying this is sus. I just want to go down to the actual start. Anne is complaining in her diary when she starts getting criticized. Bitter criticism, personal attacks. He has had 2 threatening letters. He is a, quote, Nazi. He will be punished. Our other 2 children will be taken. I feel angry and bitter and trapped again. Where can we live? Where can we go? C is criminally misunderstood, misquoted, and misused. Wow. He was... They do call Reader's Digest a conservative magazine whose isolationist founder, DeWitt Wallace, Dutch alert, had told him recently, no one in the country is able to exert a deeper influence on public opinion than yourself. This is when he published the the title Aviation Geography, the article Aviation Geography and Race, I think, which you read in part one.
Right.
That gets into some like racial kind of shit and like, can't all us Europeans just get along? Then he has his third address, The Air Defense of America, in May 20th, 1940. At this point, I think Nazi Germany is now like sweeping across Western Europe, which I think alarms a lot of Americans. He keeps making veiled comments about the small group of people that control the media, and they're pushing all this anti-German nonsense. So yeah, going down here. Yeah, this is the money quote that you said earlier. On May 20th, the day after Lindbergh's air defense speech, President Roosevelt was having lunch with his Treasury Secretary, Henry Morgenthau. After a brief discussion of this latest radio address, the president put down his fork, turned to his most trusted cabinet official, and declared, "If I should die tomorrow, I want you to know this. I am absolutely convinced that Lindbergh is a Nazi."
Yeah.
No. So now we finally arrive. The arsenal. There's a great chapter in here about the arsenal of Nazism. Really damning shit about Henry Ford. Once, like the World War II is underway, there was a subsidiary of Ford in Germany that eventually went through a few name changes, but I think eventually it was called Ford Werke, like Ford Works. And some of the people, there's some real interlock intrigue going on with Ford Werke that extended through 1939 and actually like throughout pretty much the entire war. In fact, I think there were some individuals sitting on the board of Ford Werke who were also on the board of a little cartel called IG Farben, or IG Farben, the most notorious kind of industrial collaborator with Hitler's regime, right? The manufacturer of Zyklon B and all kinds of chemicals, whatever, was broken up after the war. I think it was, I'm trying to see who exactly was on the board. I'll come up with their name. This has also been much like Lindbergh. This has been kind of like downplayed and rationalized as like, Ford itself kind of has the official line of like, our Ford company was kind of like taken over by the Nazis when, if not at the very beginning of the war, like after Pearl Harbor, after Germany declared war on the U.S., Dearborn lost control of Ford Werke. And so anything that happened, which was the extensive use of like literally buying slaves at an auction, like Taken style, which, despite what some people said, they said, oh, well, the Nazis forced them to use slave labor. Actually, it was voluntary to use slave labor. And also treating them like shit was also voluntary. Like, if you really gave a shit about them, you could do, I think this book points out, like, you could do what, like, Oskar Schindler famously did, which is, like, buy Jewish slave labor and then, like, treat them okay and, like, not kill them. That's not what Ford Werke did. They went pretty fucking hard and, like, it was, like, concentration camp level, and like evidence of like mass rape of a lot of like thousands of Russian women who had been basically kidnapped once the war on the Eastern Front started. It's just like they're barely given any food every day. If they got too sick to work, they'd be taken and shot, like all this kind of stuff. And meanwhile, actually, the evidence concludes, as this author lays out, that actually there was always American control of the Ford for a variety of different reasons. Like Ford still had a controlling interest and was appraised of like what was going on at Ford Werke. And in fact, they, just in the interest of time, this was in 1925. Ford had established its first German subsidiary in Berlin, a truck and Model T plant called Ford Motor Company Aktiengesellschaft, owned 99.9% by Dearborn, and this had expanded like over the first few years. It had done very well, and then in 1930, Ford went and, like, I don't know if we brought up this guy. He's a big part of this American Axis book on the Henry Ford side. We meant to circle back to, like, just suss Ford one day, because he had this guy, Ernest Liebold, who was, like, this kind of a Svengali fixer, like, right-hand man for Henry Ford. There's even a little bit almost like an Epstein-Les Wexner vibe, because, like, Henry Ford trusted this German guy so much that he handed over power of attorney to him, around, in the 1910s. And in fact, Ford was an anti-interventionist during World War I, and he went on this peace trip that sailed across to Europe to advocate for American non-intervention in the war and for peace. That was arranged by Ernest Liebold. And on top of that, Ernest Liebold was identified by U.S. military intelligence and the State Department as a German spy during World War I. This guy wormed his way into the highest level of confidence of Henry Ford. And some people speculate that Henry Ford had not openly basically shared anti-Semitic beliefs before the World War I period. And it was at the end of World War I when he starts the Dearborn Independent, which I think Ernest Liebold was heavily involved in setting up, that he starts publishing these articles about how World War I was all due to the Jews. And then starts to say there's a fine book called The Protocols of the Elders of Zion that right, every red-blooded American should read, and starts publishing all this shit and starts distributing the International Jew everywhere. So this guy's with him the entire time of Ford's between World War I and World War II, and is still there in World War II. And there's pretty good evidence that he did not abandon his contacts with the German government. He was a German patriot, and was probably working for the Nazis, so, and of course played a role in establishing Ford's footprint in Germany and its German subsidiary. So, they expanded it. They opened a new factory on the banks of the Rhine in 1931. This is pretty much during the Great Depression. The book says it was not a propitious time to launch a new enterprise. Nevertheless, Dearborn was strongly committed to expanding its international operations, and the new German plant was to be a vital part of the company's future. Dearborn's production chief, Charles Sorensen, was largely responsible for overseeing the parent company's German interest. When the German corporation was incorporated in 1925, its board of directors was made up entirely of Americans. Henry Ford himself appears to have taken something of a personal interest in the Cologne operation right from the start, sitting on Ford Germany's board for the first 2 years. When Ford's European operations were reorganized in 1929, American ownership was reduced to 60%, and for the first time, Germans were allowed to be represented on the board of directors. Henry Ford issued instructions to find the best farmer, the best lawyer, and the best industrialist in Germany to serve on the board. The farmer was Alvin Schurig, the industrialist was Karl Bosch, and the lawyer appointed by Dearborn was none other than Heinrich Albert, the notorious First World War German spy. All right, so another spy on the board of Ford Germany, cool. After the war, Albert had been well rewarded for his clandestine activities on behalf of his country, serving for several years as Secretary of State in the new German government. After he left government in the early 1920s, he made good use of the many contacts he had acquired in the U.S. when he set up a lucrative law practice representing a number of large American firms doing business in Germany. In 1925, shortly after Ford Germany incorporated its first operation in Berlin, the company hired Albert to, deal with the German government. He had represented the company's interests ever since. Joining him on the new Ford Germany board was Sorensen, Edsel Ford, Henry's son, and Albert's fellow German, Karl Bosch, who also happened to be the general manager of a company called IG Farben, the gigantic chemical and pharmaceutical colossus that would soon emerge as the backbone of Hitler's economic base. As part of the new restructuring, IG Farben was awarded 15% ownership in Ford Germany, and Bosch was appointed to the board of directors. In exchange, Edsel was appointed to the board of Farben's U.S. subsidiary, American IG Chemical Corporation, later renamed General Aniline and Film, where he sat until 1941. I actually have a Super 8 film camera. You probably remember that. I have an old Super 8 camera. That's a gaff film. I discovered its Nazi origins after buying it at a flea market. So sus. The arrangement officially married the world's largest auto company with the world's largest chemical manufacturer. It was a relationship the Ford Motor Company was anxious to downplay in later years, right? Basically the industrialists kind of end up backing the Nazis, when they come to power. They meet with Goering and Himmler, to discuss collabing, the Nazis promised to eliminate trade unions and any other obstacles that interfered with unfettered corporate profits. Soon afterwards, IG Farben contributed 400,000 Reichsmarks to the Nazi Party's political slush fund, the largest contribution to the Nazis by any German company. Thereafter, it remained Hitler's single most important corporate ally. We all know. So like overlapping ownership and interlocks between the two. So let's see. Some historians have said that Ford Germany was persistently treated as an outsider, bullied and manipulated, denied resources, blah, blah, blah. But he says, in fact, this claim appears questionable. That basically there were some lower level people, Nazi officials, that would complain about Ford, but like overall, they never touched or like expropriated Ford's factories. And he says the company received the ringing endorsement of the only Nazis who really mattered. In 1936, Hitler proclaimed Ford's assembly line methods to be a model for German industry. And Hermann Goering, at an exhibition, bought a Ford Eiffel car for his personal use. Hardly an indication that Ford was out of favor. And they gave him a medal in like 1938, right?
Yeah.
Which he proudly accepted. The German subsidiary benefited tangibly from its American ties. During the 3-year period before the war, the U.S. parent company sent Ford Germany crucial shipments of rubber and pig iron, which could only be obtained in the U.S. German industry was desperately short of raw materials during this period, a situation that threatened to derail Hitler's rearmament strategy. They entered into agreement in 1936 where Ford Germany agreed to divert a good deal of its American imports to other German companies in return for greater access to foreign exchange funds. This way, according to subsequent U.S. investigation, Ford Germany was instrumental in the Reich's war preparations. This actually gets worse because they get a huge contract around the start of the war. Actually, in 1937, the German War Ministry goes up to Albert and asks him to start manufacturing military vehicles like trucks, right? And so they end up doing this, actually. They order a special military truck built exclusively for the Wehrmacht. And eventually, they built a new factory in Berlin in 1939, and the plant began turning out thousands of military troop carriers. Soon, additional orders from the Luftwaffe, as well as contracts for other army vehicles and spare parts, began to pour in. There's no record of... eager to keep on the good side of Hitler, the board of directors voted to send Hitler a birthday gift of 35,000 Reichmarks in April 1939. There is no record that Dearborn registered any objection to this gift. In fact, although not present at the meeting, Edsel Ford and Charles Sorensen were still members of the board when Ford Germany made this decision. So Henry Ford's son is like, I vote yes, give Hitler a birthday gift. So actually, in a 1941 letter to the Reich Commissioner for Enemy Property, Albert boasted that the trucks that Ford Germany made were used in the invasion and occupation of Czechoslovakia. Thus, by the time Germany invaded Poland in September 1939, Ford had become a vital cog in Hitler's military machine. So it doesn't seem to have really changed, besides changing the name to a more German name, Ford Werke in 1939, around the time when the war started. And so one of the main figures also operating Ford Werke was this guy Robert Schmidt, who was in charge of the day-to-day operations, while Heinrich Albert was the chairman of the board, overseeing the company's broader overall activities. They were still accountable to Dearborn, but it didn't really become a problem for Henry Ford. And let's see, they wanted to actually diversify their military production after the invasion of Poland, and they needed munitions and armaments, and they asked if Ford Werke could help. So Heinrich Albert, he understood the PR risks of manufacturing under the Ford name. To get around them, he set up a corporate front or cloak company in the name of Walter Arendt, a longtime Ford supplier. There was a shell company situation going on where Ford, through a fake cutout, was manufacturing weapons for the Wehrmacht, during the initial blitzkrieg part of the War, which Henry Ford must have known about, which is amazing. In April 1940, the German board took on a new member after Karl Bosch died. It was Karl Krauch, who also succeeded him as chairman of IG Farben. At this stage, Farben still owned 6% of Ford Werke, while Edsel Ford remained on the board of Farben's U.S. subsidiary, American IG. At the time of his elevation to the Ford Werke board, Krauch was preoccupied with plans for a new IG Farben synthetic rubber plant at a small Polish town called Auschwitz, for which both Farben and the Nazi regime had high hopes. Named IG Auschwitz, Buna, the new plant was meant to lessen the Reich's dependence on foreign rubber imports. Soon the SS would provide Farben with an endless supply of Jewish prisoners at Krauch's request to man the Auschwitz operation. Eventually, IG Farben would build its own corporate concentration camp on the site to eliminate the need to march prisoners several miles to and from the Buna facility. This new plant, known as Monowitz, had an infamous sign over the gate, which of course read, Arbeit macht frei, work shall make you free. So all these guys, yeah, it said only once prior to Pearl Harbor was the relationship threatened. Now, there's an interesting story here, actually. When I think they start the kind of Lend-Lease program, the U.S. government approaches, let me see if I can go down here, they approach Ford for the opportunity to build British airplane engines, to build airplane engines for the British to, strengthen up their air forces in preparation for, the Nazi assault, right? And at first, yeah, let me see. I just want to get, because, what he ends up doing is actually kind of insane. It's kind of wild. Yeah, he was manufacturing engines for the French, but then when the French Ford plant was taken over, they basically switched to just working for redirecting all of their output to Germany instead of shutting it down or whatever. Let's see, French operation. Let me see. Well, anyways, yeah, basically Henry Ford at first says that, okay, I'll do it. And then he changes his mind and is I don't want to be involved in war.
Right.
I don't want to profit off of any war. I'm a heckin' pacifist, actually. So that's going to be a no from me. And people were what the fuck, bro? He would have made a lot of money by doing it. So by weirdly, and I think there was rumors that he was talking to one of these Nazi assets that was buzzing around in his ear all the time to be no. And in fact, it might have threatened, he might have gotten word back from Germany that they read about this with alarm and were Ford, we thought you were a bro. What are you doing? Making engines for the British. And then after that, he turned around to the government and is actually, I'm not interested, because I'm such a heckin' pacifist.
Right.
So anyways, I'm just gonna skip down to in the interest of time, to the actual America First founding. In 1940, it really starts to pick up steam. At the height of the Great Debate, smearing isolationists as traitors and Nazi sympathizers would become an increasingly common tactic of the interventionist movement. But mostly Roosevelt, this book says that it suggests that Roosevelt really did think he was a Nazi, and he wasn't just, because some people were just kind of taking shots at him. Fair enough, there's evidence, but they maybe didn't know for sure if he was an active Nazi agent. But Roosevelt said privately to Morgenthau, I absolutely believe he's a Nazi. But Roosevelt never went out in public and made such accusations publicly against him, which kind of maybe suggests that he really did. He was genuinely worried about this, and wanted. I think he even instructed J. Edgar Hoover to start keeping an eye on these people and tracking their movements. And I think they did send FBI informants into these various movements, these isolationist, quote unquote, it's funny to see them as anti-war movements, but that is what they would call themselves sometimes. So yeah, Charles Coughlin is kind of whipping together all of this, kind of anti-war, anti-Semitic, kind of conspiratorial kind of stuff. I actually didn't know this. In January 1940, the FBI arrested 18 members of a Christian Front splinter group and charged them with attempting to overthrow the U.S. government. Their alleged aim was to rally thousands of Irish Catholic members of the police and National Guard to seize the White House and place Major General George Van Horn Moseley on the Oval Office as a military dictator. Why the Irish Catholic? That's another sad, like, what? Why would they be the ideal population for this? I guess they're all cops, yeah. The group had been planning the coup d'etat for years and had secured the support of several high-ranking members of the Army and National Guard. At their meetings, they addressed their leader as Führer and gave the Nazi salute. Most alarmingly, the plotters had already been given thousands of rounds of ammunition, arms, and explosives by a member of the New York National Guard. Yeah, General Moseley, pretty big sus lord, general. He attacked the New Deal in 1938. He thought Roosevelt was a dictator and was being manipulated by the alien element in our midst. Americans must awaken to the sinister motives of the, quote, wrong sorts of immigrants who wish to replace our system with their own un-American theories of government. Like, ain't nothing new. His anti-Semitism got more explicit. He said, yeah, the war now proposed is for the purpose of establishing Jewish hegemony throughout the world. While your sons and mine would be conscripted to fight side by side with the Christian-killing communists, only Jews would profit, he told the audience. Blah, blah, blah. So, yeah, he said, privately, he described Jews as crude and unclean, animal-like things. It's like writing about something loathsome, such as syphilis. Wow. This is, cool guy.
I mean, it's something to be aware of because, like, obviously the situation's different now where, like,
right.
You know, one hopes at that time one would see, like, the wisdom in, like, defeating Nazism. However, like, you know, in our current situation, like, one should, like, understand that, like, the current, like, aggression of the United States and Israel is, like, world historical abomination. But you do see, like, people who oppose it, who are like probably some of the more prominent voices in opposition, whose reasons for that are kind of like what Moseley's reasons are for his pacifism.
Right.
You know,
you could draw a very direct line to like the rhetoric of America First to like Groypers. Or like certain other like paleocon, right? They go by different names, but like the kind of paleocon kind of things, and it does get complicated because you are dealing
Tucker
with like,
is like even more. I mean, like you know, Groypers are like ultimately like a pretty marginal phenomenon. Like
I guess like Nick Fuentes, like more specifically, like his Groyper ideology.
Like, yeah, exactly. So yeah, but that's not like quite. I mean, I don't know. Who knows what the future holds? Like, but that particular like strain of white nationalism, I think, is like still marginal, but there is kind of, you know, like Tucker, I think, is a you know, much more like influential person who kind of like does have like where, you know, you might like listen to him and you'll hear things like that you agree with or like, right? But he's not like coming from the same place. I think like in his heart of hearts, like his politics are like those politics.
And he still, I think he still shares the belief that a lot of these people had about like, you know, not necessarily about like Russia or the Soviet Union, but about communist, you know, about China, right? The PRC is still the kind of quote unquote like yellow communist peril that threatens our entire civilization, you know, like, you know, and I think at the end of the day, he's still like, I want us to win. I'm an American, you know, like he still wants us to win, you know, and that kind of thing. I think he thinks that these brother wars in a certain way, or you know,
I think it's kind of like the thing of like only the Jew will profit, right?
Right.
You know, that's like kind of how he sees like these conflicts, which like certainly like it does not seem to be like in a way like he's right, and that doesn't seem to be serving America's interests. It seems to be like you know, in that way, I guess maybe his critique is similar to the like left wing bloodthirsty critique, where it's like a process issue, right? Like maybe if it were just in and out like Venezuela, although he was kind of opposed to that too. Like for I think like part of it is like he wants the United States to get its own house in order, right? He thinks that there's like internal enemies, and this has been a tendency within like the American right wing. I mean, for a really long time, but you definitely have noticed it like since the ascendancy of Trump, right? Like the focus on internal enemies. In fact, I think Trump posted recently that like now that we've defeated Iran, and they're like he said, like with the death of Iran, he described it as there had been Iran has died, according to him, and with that having happened, our greatest threat is now like the radical left in the United States.
I saw that, and now with like ICE at like manning the TSA checkpoints and stuff, and even like grabbing people out of line, and like abducting people out of like the airport line and shit. It's like almost. It's a little uncomfortably close to like an internal checkpoint system using his like ICE thugs for like not even just like people who are, undocumented, but like everybody has to go through that now. And it's like, and that
and
focus
you will
of the
see
internal
like
enemy,
the same type of thing where these people, like, I think it's absurd to believe that someone like Tucker Carlson is actually like this bleeding heart pacifist. But now you do hear this thing of like, I'm a Christian. Like, I don't believe in killing anybody. I think that's horrible. Like, I don't believe in murder. Like, it's like, yeah, you do. Like,
you kind of do. You still do.
Murder under the right circumstances. 100%. And like, I'm sure you will be supporting murder in the near future.
Well, I do think in his case specifically, because he is a literal like child of kind of like the CIA deep state. His dad basically ran like the governing association of like Voice of America, etc. And he's from he's from very high WASP bourgeoisie like background. Like blaming it all on the Jews exonerates like his broader class of like the American establishment. You know what I mean? Like from like, oh, we just got hijacked by these like nefarious Jews. And like that's not what my father dedicated his life to fighting. You know, like it's that kind of shit. Like he's still proud of his dad like destroying the Soviet Union. Like he doesn't think that's like bad. But or if it is bad, it's because like that was part of some deeper Jewish plot that actually wasn't in our interest. But I feel like he's probably more likely to think that like the Soviet Union was like was controlled by Jews or something like that. You know what I mean? Like. They've just been puppet mastering everybody.
I don't know exactly how far his power level has gone at one point. I mean, he's kind of had a transformation from being like a bargain basement like standard neocon to being like whatever he is now. But I mean, at one point I saw some clip of him like back in his Fox News like bow tie days being like, I mean. I might get canceled for saying this, but I think Iran deserves to be annihilated. Obviously. So
I think that was later even. That was like post bow tie. I think it was even in like the 2010s maybe when he said that.
Yeah.
Like he certainly had a little bit of a pivot, as so many people in this story kind of would.
But yeah, I mean, it's a matter of like it's a matter of priorities, right? I think that like it's as we were saying last time, like it's an issue of strategy. Like for these people, like we can't win. By having these adventures abroad, right? That's not that until we clean up our own house, right, and get rid of these subversive elements,
right?
That's like the highest priority for these people, right? And
which
like
is funny
because Trump
it's like,
himself, like the leader of this movement, the leader of the American right at this point, who has like some kind of cultic value for like basically anybody, right? He's someone who. His statements are meaningful and like carry weight with like the whole spectrum of the American right. There are those who are like disappointed with him, but still like they like hearken to his words, or they hark to them. And he's gesturing to that actively when he's saying, like now the greatest threat is this, like this, like that's the kind of whole thing with Nick Fuentes actually, that like we are doing this instead of having mass deportations, right? Like why
like Tucker and Nick Fuentes are both down with like what the ICE part of what Trump is doing. They're not horrified by that. They think that's good.
Part of their grievance is that they feel that has taken a back seat to like that the mass deportations aren't happening, and in fact that like and it's all part of the same plot, right? Like that they I think Tucker even said something like we're the next, we're next on Israel's list. Like they're doing this to like exhaust us economically so that then they can subvert us from within through, mass immigration or whatever.
Right.
And like,
it's funny to think that like they think like the Israel lobby specifically, maybe they're conflating the kind of the quote unquote international Jew of like the kind of Soros like kind of thing, like with like Israel. But I feel like, I don't know, Israel's like so fascist and like, like would it even be in their benefit, or would they think it's in their benefit to like flood America with like refugees, like, you know, or make it woke. Like that doesn't seem. If
I mean,
anything, like Israel wants America to be more fascist.
UK, where there is like actually like a substantial Muslim immigrant population, right? This is like the whole thing. I'm like, oh, they're trying to bring in these Muslims. Like they want us to be like. That's obviously like you actually see like a much clearer convergence of the anti-immigrant right with like the Zionist right. You know, with Zionism. Because like
they're scared of Muslims.
Crush the like immigrant vote as like a political bloc, or you know the Muslim vote as political bloc, right? So they like that certainly if in the United States there was like any a significant you know, I think we're sort of starting to see that calculus change a little bit. But if Muslims became like a significant political force, which I think we're starting to see to an extent, you know, there was still there. You could see this in the last election a little bit, where there was like a little bit of like, oh, like forget them, they don't matter, like almost, you know, disdainfully like spitting in the face of Muslim Americans. By the Democratic Party, like they, you know, their votes don't matter. We can say whatever we want, like almost like, you know, bafflingly, almost shockingly, like in an election year, being like, you know, almost saying like "fuck you" to, you know, votes that you could court by just even by lying, you know, just a refusal to do that, and ends well, expression of disdain, right? So
at the end of the day, preferred to stand with old Dearborn instead of new Dearborn. I did find that to be like ironic in this, that like the Ford organization is referred to as just Dearborn, but now when you say Dearborn today, it's like the biggest Arab Muslim community like in the country, you know.
And if you like,
the Ford factory is still there, but it's like, or you know, the museum, his like farm, like whatever, his campus is still there, but like,
and the representatives of those areas, right, they're like the democratic elected representatives of those areas of the country are always like the biggest targets of the Israeli lobby for destruction, right? So the idea that like this is I think that there is you're right, a bit of conflation with like certain stereotypes here, because obviously, I mean, I don't think that like Israel, or like, you know, I don't think AIPAC or like you know, the Israelis in general or Israeli decision makers really care about you know, like immigration in general or anything like that. I think that, but I think they are concerned about like the which way the political winds blow in the United States and in Europe, right? And they certainly want to make sure that people like, you know, like Donald Trump has been their ideal president. They would love to see you know, this trend continue in terms of what type of people are in charge in this country, right?
They don't flinch at all that they're, you know, probably, you know, like a kind of 4chan Nazi type people like orbiting all around him. Like they don't give a shit about that. Like that doesn't threaten them kind of at all. Yeah, in fact, they love him.
They like that to a certain point, but like I feel like they like that's always been kind of a thing where it's like, oh, you know, to a certain point, like they like that there's like, you know, when there's anti-Semitic like discourse or anti-Semitic violence, right, in the
little bit is productive,
because that sort of like, you know, creates the or it shores up the justification for their existence, right? That like Israel, of course, it's absurd anyway. It doesn't actually shore it up because you know, this is like the whole reason for you see this anti-Semitic violence, the anti-Semitic discourse is very much in response to what Israel is doing, and if Israel didn't exist, you you know, probably wouldn't see it remotely to the same extent. But there's I think it's, I mean, it's complicated. Like on one hand, you can kind of see how like you know, but I think, you know, it's like,
isn't it funny though
like
that
any kind of way that you can modulate like the level of immigration in order to ensure that like the people who come into power are like, you know, just fascist enough to support Israel, and not, you know, like of a sort of a Tucker tendency. I think they can, you know, maybe try to limit that, but, and again, like, to what extent, like, well, I guess we'll see, you know, I guess we'll see it in the future. Like, to what extent are these people, you know, this sort of new wave on the right that's more Israel critical, to what extent are their promises going to actually be realized? Like, are they, or, you know, are their gestures going to actually be realized? Because, you know, it remains to be seen. Is this all just like bloviating and lying and like kind of a sheepdog operation? That's kind of what I think it ultimately will. That ultimately will be the end of this, right? Whether that is like the goal of the people who are driving it or not, or they are conscious that this is what they're doing. I think that's ultimately going to be the result. But Yeah,
definitely. Maybe I just want to read. I want to jump down a number of pages here and just get to the final kind of main event here, because about America First, and talk about the people who founded it, because it wasn't a collection of chuds. This is some of the most esteemed blue bloods in the country, connected people in the country. So on the morning of Monday, September 16th, 1940, 4 men with a mission gathered in Henry Ford's Dearborn office. Ford was joined by his now frequent advisor, Charles Lindbergh, along with Douglas Stewart and General Robert E. Wood. That's a big name, to discuss a newly formed national organization known as the America First Committee. Stewart, the son of a Quaker Oats vice president, was a 24-year-old Yale law student who, with 5 classmates, had formed a campus-based organization called the Emergency Committee to Defend America First, dedicated to keeping America out of the war. Interviewed in 2003, Stewart, then 86, recalled, "We were very idealistic. We weren't particularly political. We simply believed that this was not America's quarrel." Among the 5 original members were Sergeant Shriver, John F. Kennedy's future brother-in-law, and McGovern's replacement VP pick in 72, and founder of the Special Olympics, kind of a counter-eugenics event. Anyways, and Kingman Brewster, who would later become president of Yale University. A few months after the campus group was formed, Stewart received a letter from General Robert E. Wood, chairman of the Sears Roebuck Corporation, offering to help the cause by any means at his disposal. Soon after, Wood proposed launching a nationwide movement designed to counter the increasingly effective interventionist propaganda he believed was pushing America toward war. Stewart would be national director of the organization, while Wood would serve as chairman. The first order of business was to recruit a group of prominent Americans to lend credibility to the fledgling movement. So then they, by the time of its official inauguration in Chicago, of course, on September 4th, its name had been shortened to the America First Committee. Its 4 goals were: 1. The United States must build an impregnable defense for America. 2. No foreign power, nor group of powers, can successfully attack a prepared America. That's kind of just like a statement, okay? Right. 3, I guess it's a goal, aspirational goal.
It's a goal.
Yeah. 3, American democracy can be preserved only by keeping out of the European war. 4, aid short of war weakens national defense at home and threatens to involve America in a war abroad. 12 days later, Stewart and Wood traveled to Detroit at Lindbergh's invitation to enlist Henry Ford for the National Committee. Stewart had met Lindbergh a month earlier at a Chicago isolationist rally where Lindbergh was the principal speaker. They hit it off immediately, Stewart later describing Lindbergh as a very sincere and courageous American who has the habit of sticking his neck out. Lindbergh offered to put the new organization in touch with Ford, whom he thought might be willing to lend his name and money to the cause. Lindbergh was by then well aware of his friend's opinion on the subject of the European War. As Ford production chief Charles Sorensen later described his boss's views, quote, "His pet peeve was Franklin Roosevelt, but any mention of the war in Europe or this country's involvement upset him almost to incoherence." In June, Lindbergh had persuaded Ford to provide financial backing for the American Legion in its campaign against U.S. military intervention, but until now the isolationists lacked an effective national organization dedicated solely to their cause. They said polls consistently found more than 80% of Americans opposed to intervention, but the movement lacked an organizing force. Ford was at first reluctant to get involved, citing his role in the disastrous peace ship expedition during World War I, but Lindbergh was persuasive, and Ford finally agreed to take an active role in the National Committee and give the AFC his full support. Lindbergh wrote Ford a letter thanking him for joining the cause. Quote, "Your stand against entry into the war has already had great influence, and if we are able to keep out of it, I believe it will be largely due to the courage and support you have given us." Wow. They got criticized, but they forged on. They were determined to make it like a wide cross-section. They vowed to recruit Republicans, Democrats, liberals, and conservatives, even socialists. Wow. The most important criterion for membership was a belief that America should keep out of the European war. And this is funny. Stewart, however, was anxious to offset any possible controversy that might arise from Ford's membership and invited Lessing Rosenwald, a Jewish director of Sears Roebuck, to join the National Committee. The AFC released the announcement of 2 members simultaneously, anxious to avoid accusations of anti-Semitism for including Ford on the committee. They also named the executive committee Avery Brundage, the Chicago businessman who, as head of the U.S. Olympic Committee, had blocked efforts to boycott the 1936 Berlin Games, Alice Roosevelt Longworth, daughter of Teddy Roosevelt, and World War I flying ace Eddie Rickenbacker. Lindbergh himself appeared to be the most logical candidate to lead the newly formed movement and was General Wood's first choice. He was attacked, but he was still a hero to millions. But Stewart vetoed the idea. In a memo to his co-founders, he warned that if the committee were to publicly identify with Lindbergh, it would invite attacks and smears on the organization. A moderate, well, asterisk, Stewart was particularly concerned with some of the extremist political figures milling around Lindbergh in recent months. Yeah, so actually, like biographers of Lindbergh will say that like he decided to stay aloof from them because he was so independent. But the truth is that Stewart actively blocked his membership in the beginning, and at first, like Lindbergh did not actually join any. Whatever. He says it was a gauge of Lindbergh's stigma that he was believed too controversial for the committee, while Ford, a notorious anti-Semite, was welcomed in. And he says among the extremist figures surrounding Lindbergh during this time were two men openly aligned with fascism. One was Merwin K. Hart, head of the right-wing National Economic Council. And Hart's support for fascism began in the mid-1930s when he set up an organization to rally Americans behind the cause of Spanish fascist leader Francisco Franco. Cool. And the other one was this kind of really sus dude, Reverend Gerald L.K. Smith, who, basically was a friend of Henry Ford and was a big kind of like bully pulpit, kind of anti-Semitic, paranoid, anti-communist kind of guy. It says it's funny that what Douglas Stewart did not know when he expressed concern about Lindbergh's involvement with such characters is that AFC's own chairman, General Robert Wood, was an avowed admirer and financial backer of Hart's Economic Council. In a private letter to Hart, Wood praised the council's work, writing, quote, "I admire you for your courage in speaking out on the Jewish question." We're going to come back to, I think at a later point, we're going to explore the exploits of General Robert E. Wood of Sears, like going on after, because this is just like an opening kind of salvo of sus fascist, like right-wing intrigue for him. He would go on to be one of the primary movers and shakers of an organization called the American Security Council, also founded in Chicago in the early 1950s, and set up and funded by some of the, I guess most right-wing Chicago like industrial concerns and industrialists of the early Cold War period, and was kind of seen as like the voice of like the emergent military industrial complex, but actually has a lot of like shared DNA, both with Robert E. Wood being a leader like of America First going into the ASC, and a lot of other people as well. And even going back to like anti-communist kind of like strike breaking and like labor surveillance things going back to like World War I in Chicago. But that's a thing for another day. Just know that Robert Wood, Sears chairman, which was a Jewish company, by the way, which is kind of funny. Like that was founded by like a Jewish family, and they were on the board, but they had this like sus, like super right-wing anti-Semitic general as the chairman of the board for Sears. So they were sus. Truman Smith continues to be sus. Lawrence Dennis. What were we gonna say?
Oh, I was gonna say like I'm thinking like I was kind of wanted to read like a little bit more from the autobiography of Values, like some of his like stuff that like spans like it goes from like the beginning of the war, talking about his kind of relationship with Goddard and his interest in rocketry, and it goes from there to like kind of the end of World War II.
When did that start? When did that start? His relationship with Goddard.
There's some interesting stuff actually. It starts like in 1929 actually, and it like spans like his whole career pretty much.
We could read from that. Now I'm thinking like, should we do a part 3? Should we do a part 3, folks?
Yeah, well, maybe like that. It could,
the downfall of an American hero
into like a Henry Ford episode, like
we could do a little more because Henry Ford, there's still some more tea on him, and even going back to like his earlier, like you can see that a lot of these people they're hanging out with are like pretty like verifiable like Nazi intelligence agents, like Like the American Axis book describe really, it quotes some like reports that the Nazi infiltration and kind of like soft power, subversion, sabotage kind of thing was actually like incredibly sophisticated and extensive, and kind of probably started even before the Nazis probably took power. They had some kind of, maybe a little of a presence, but certainly from the early 1930s on, like there were, as an example of one trick, like during the Lend-Lease program, there were Nazi agents that would set up entirely fake defense contractors, and then they would trick like the U.S. government, like the War Department, into making an order for 100,000 rounds of ammunition or mortar shells or something to be sent to Britain. And then they would just pocket the money and just like they weren't a real company, and they just like and so Britain would like be expecting like shipments of weapons from America that would just never, because there was like a web of like fake Nazi shell companies that were just like like stealing the money, and then like not to mention all the propaganda stuff which this is like a prime example of, like the not explicitly Nazi, but like Yeah.
We can definitely do a part. I mean, Swimmeroo says it would love a part 3, so I think maybe a part 3.
I think it's good. There's stuff I don't want to like rush through or like leave out. So
there's
if you
want
want
a lot here. It's a pretty interesting chapter of history. But
for sure.
But no, I think there's some good stuff here that kind of like shows his like. These are kind of his this book was published posthumously, as we mentioned last time, so it shows like kind of his reflections on his life towards the end, but he like retells some things in interesting ways, and he gives kind of a diachronic perspective. So he talks about like kind of musing. He kind of sets the scene of himself like musing about the possibilities of rockets and going to space. He's like, why we can't crack through space with our WASP engines, but what if fireworks on Independence Day could not something like a rocket? And just as he's musing about this, he says, one of those unpredictable incidents happened that so bend the trends of life and history. One morning later in the month, this is 1929, I was on Falaise, the Long Island home of my friends Harry and Carol Guggenheim. I was standing beside a window in the oak beam living room, looking out over the Sound, comparing an airplane's speed with the sloth-like progress of a string of gravel barges under tow. Listen to this. Carol was on a sofa near the great stone fireplace, reading Popular Science Monthly. She had heard me talk about my interest in rockets. Her voice continued, reading, Rocket at roof of sky. Goddard tests new missile to explore the upper air for science. First reports from the astonished city of Worcester were that a huge meteor had exploded. Witnesses informed the Worcester police station that an airplane in flames had shot across the sky and blown up. 2 police ambulances dashed through the streets looking for the supposed victims, while an airplane took off to aid in the search. The cause of all the excitement proved to be a test by Professor R.H. Goddard, head of the physics department at Clark University, of a sky projectile that he invented to explore the upper air. A liquid propellant never before used in any rocket drove the latest model, which is the climax of experiments costing $12,000. With the new explosive, Professor Goddard expects to shoot a rocket to heights never before attained. If one could reach a height of 200 miles above the Earth, it might obtain data of great value to science. Even a 20-mile rocket would be an invaluable aid in answering the mystery of what is at the top of the sky. In the course of his experiments, there have been persistent reports that Goddard planned to shoot a rocket to the moon, where its arrival was to be marked by the explosion of a heavy charge of flashlight powder visible through powerful telescopes. Professor Goddard never has denied that his invention might prove practicable. It is said, however, that with a sufficient charge of explosive, one of his projectiles might even escape from Earth's restraining gravity and become a man-made meteor in outer space. So this is Lindbergh again. I inquired about Goddard's reputation. On finding that he was indeed not a showman but a respected university physicist, I telephoned to arrange for a meeting at Worcester, Massachusetts. It took place on Saturday, November 23rd, 1929. He had been studying rocket propulsion for close to a quarter century, Dr. Goddard told me. Progress had been slow because most of his time had been devoted to duties as an instructor of physics at the university. Both the Smithsonian Institution and Clark University had helped him with small grants of money, but funds for development work had been difficult to obtain. As to his rockets, yes, the fuel consumed was great, but the speed theoretically attainable was tremendous. In the beginning, he used a solid fuel, blah, 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 like, spurging out over rockets. So Then he says, we sat and talked in the Goddard home at number 1 Talawanda Drive, the professor, his young blonde wife, and I. I had driven to Worcester from New York in my Franklin car over traffic-crowded highways. It was late afternoon. Goddard had already spent considerable time showing me his university workroom and laboratory. Were his experiments leading to any practical objective, I asked. He said there were many uses to which rockets could be put, but that his greatest interest lay in developing one to carry scientific instruments into the upper atmosphere. What height could a rocket attain with known fuels? Theoretically, a multi-stage rocket could reach the moon, but the cost of building it was probably far beyond the value of foreseeable results. A rocket flight to an altitude of, say, 100 miles seemed practical, however, and at that height, much important data could be recorded. I am sure Professor Goddard had no idea how his words set my mind spinning. A flight to the moon? Theoretically possible? An altitude of 100 miles predictable within a few more years? Then space was to be an extension of, not a limit to, the works of man. The rocket, like the wheel, the hull, and the wing, would throw back old horizons. What did it matter that the cautious professor mentioned restrictions of practicability and cost? My imagination was not bound by the thoroughness of his knowledge of physics. I had no learned reputation to uphold. A few weeks before, I had been told that a rocket was not suitable for an airplane to add a single minute's emergency power. Now, I had discovered a scientist who said one could be built capable of passing entirely out of the Earth's gravitational field. Maybe a more concentrated form of energy would be discovered. Maybe it would let us land on other planets and explore space around distant stars. Earlier, I had read an article claiming that if the atom could be harnessed, a water glass would hold enough energy to propel a battleship across an ocean. Maybe the pilot of the future would accelerate his rocket halfway to his destination and decelerate the other half. Maybe man would learn how to travel faster than the speed of light. Impossible? Who dared now to say anything was impossible? When I asked Goddard what he needed most in carrying on his experiments, he replied that he wanted to be free of the classroom. He hates teaching.
Wow.
Then he would look for a place, probably in the southwestern part of the United States, where he could set up a laboratory and launching tower and test rockets without worrying his neighbors or being restricted by the police. How much money would be required? Well, if he could obtain a grant of $25,000 a year for 4 years, he thought it would cover all expenses. His own salary, 1 or 2 assistants, transportation, material, rental, and equipment. Under such circumstances, he felt he could accomplish within 48 months what might otherwise take a lifetime. He spoke as though such an amount was beyond practical realization. He was kind of like an Epstein in a way, Lindbergh, he's going around like just throwing money at like weird people.
Yeah,
Yeah. Driving back to New York that evening, I considered ways in which I might help Goddard obtain the $100,000. It was almost 7 times as much as I had raised to finance just 3 years earlier the Spirit of St. Louis on the flight to Paris. I decided to approach the DuPont executives again. If rockets had the future I envisioned, it would be a minute investment in proportion to eventual results and profits. On the other hand, if the Goddard project proves successful, the DuPont company was large enough to write the investment off against research costs. Whether or not the risk was worth taking, company executives would have to decide. At least they should be interested in the fact that Goddard was using a thin sheet of duralumin to withstand temperatures or engineers had said it necessitated fire brick. All right, I don't know what duralumin is, but I guess it's like, some kind of fire brick replacement. Professor Goddard was with me in Wilmington at the next conference, again promptly and considerately arranged by officers of the DuPont company. Engineers and executives listened intently and asked many questions, but they made no offer of financial assistance. Apparently, rocket propulsion was thought to have insufficient commercial value to warrant the investment of company funds. My next approach was to the Carnegie Institution of Washington. It was a well-endowed scientific organization which did not have to relate the investment of its funds to eventual financial profits. In scientific fields, the statement was often made that knowledge itself justified expense. I felt sure the Carnegie executives and scientists would realize what great possibilities lay in the development of rockets. On November 10th, 1929, Goddard and I met with a group of scientists at the Washington home of Dr. John C. Merriam, president of the Carnegie Institution. Present were W.S. Adams and Dr. Harold D. Babcock of the Mount Wilson Observatory, Dr. Charles G. Abbott of the Smithsonian Institution, Dr. C.F. Marvin of the U.S. Weather Bureau, and Dr. John A. Fleming, another Carnegie Institution executive. I called attention to the fact that the airplane and its propeller were limited to the environment of the air, and that if man was ever to reach beyond the atmosphere or even to its higher levels, rockets seemed to be the only vehicles which he could do so. Goddard then discussed his investigations and the lines of development he thought it advisable to follow. The scientists present were enthusiastic in discussing knowledge that could be obtained through instruments carried to great altitudes, knowledge about the sun's corona, about cosmic rays, about the Kennelly heaviside layer. Dr. Merriam said he would recommend a grant of $5,000 for Goddard's research, but that funds free of the institution's existing commitments were too limited to give the professor support of the magnitude he needed. For such support, it would be advisable to look elsewhere. None of the financiers I talked to in New York and on my trips westward to California showed more than passing interest in rockets and their future. For them, airplanes involve sufficient fantasy. I met only one man who combined wealth, vision, and the courage to the extent that I felt necessary to provide the adequate financing of Professor Goddard, Daniel Guggenheim. Daniel Guggenheim had accumulated a great fortune in the copper business. Like myself, although he was much older, he was a first-generation American. His father, Mayer Guggenheim, in 1847, at the age of 20, had left a ghetto in Switzerland for the city of Philadelphia in the New World, a city where ghettos had never existed. At first, Mayer made his living by peddling pins, needles, lace, shoestrings, spices, blah, blah, blah. You know, the family history of the Guggenheims. He became a millionaire, obviously. He had a sense of philanthropy and gratitude for the country that had given them such freedom. The Guggenheims began establishing great foundations for the benefit of mankind. 4 years earlier, Daniel Guggenheim had created a fund of $2.5 million to be spent over a short period for the promotion of aeronautics. I met him through his son, Harry, who had been a Navy aviator in World War I. Harry I met on Curtis Field, Long Island in 1927, while I was preparing the Spirit of St. Louis for the flight to Paris. Thereafter, we became close friends. Harry was president of the Daniel Guggenheim Fund for the promotion of aeronautics and appointed me an advisor to it. He was hesitant to approach Guggenheim to finance the Goddard project because I did not want to impose on his friendship. He'd already done so much for aviation. But by 1929, Germany was taking the lead in rocket research with little competition from other countries. In particular, the experiments of Fritz von Opel with rocket cars and planes have been widely reported. Germany's major position had already been attacked by Goddard's development of liquid fuel and his definition of the need for a lightweight, thin-skinned metal projectile. If Daniel Guggenheim did not wish to finance it himself, he could certainly give me excellent advice. Harry Guggenheim had recently been appointed ambassador to Cuba by President Hoover. I wrote to Harry in Havana asking if he had any objection to my talking to his father about the Goddard project. His approval was immediate. Daniel Guggenheim's Hempstead House near Falaise on the north shore of Long Island was a castle of gray stone. We met inside the doorway through which a butler had admitted me. Guggenheim characteristically greeted me at the door, rather than expect his servant to usher me in. He was a man in his early 70s, short in stature, quick of eye, sharp in thought, intuitive, patriotic, and far-sighted. I outlined my interest in rockets in my discussions with Professor Goddard. "Then you believe rockets have an important future?" he asked. "Probably. Of course, one is never certain. But you think so. And this professor, he looks like a pretty capable man. As far as I can find out, he knows more about rockets than anybody else in the country. How much money does he need?" "He'd like to have $25,000 a year for a 4-year project. Do you think he can accomplish enough to make it worth a $100,000 investment?" "Well, it's taking a chance, but if we're ever going to get beyond the limits of airplanes and propellers, we'll probably have to go to rockets. It's taking a chance, but yes, I think it's worth taking." I love it when these people write dialogue. It's like no one cares like that. But anyway, it was a short conversation in 10 minutes perhaps, and most of it took place as we stood and walked in the hallway. Yet it sent Robert and Esther Goddard to the little city of Roswell on New Mexico's desolate southwestern plains.
Oh my God! No.
Yeah, that's where they
they tested these rockets
on $25,000 a year, an extraordinary generous grant according to the standards of that time. Goddard moved his family, his assistants, household furnishings, and laboratory equipment 2,000 miles to Roswell. From the same grant, he paid his own salary and his assistants the cost of setting up his laboratory and the purchase of duralumin, steel tubing, liquid oxygen, and other components, and some 20 miles away built a test stand and rocket launching tower. That tower, made out of the galvanized iron framework of a windmill and pointing skyward from its concrete corner blocks, seemed to me like a huge cannon aimed at an unwary moon. Someday, I felt, a rocket launched from Earth would strike the distant satellite. I used to land my plane at Roswell to visit the Goddards, but I was never lucky enough to see a successful rocket ascent. Some thing would always went wrong in spite of detailed preparations. 15-foot-long, 9-inch diameter rocket named Little Nell would be hauled carefully from the prairie on its specially constructed trailer and installed upright in the tower with meticulous care. We would evacuate tarantulas and orange-spotted black widows from the nearby dugout observation post. An assistant would pour sub-zero liquid oxygen from a big thermos bottle into one of the rocket's tanks. Stations would be taken. One man in the dugout, blah, blah, had a word from the professor there would be a flame, a roar, and, on other occasions, when I was not there, a slender object streaking skyward. But for me, there was only a puff of smoke and a fire. I always left with an invitation to return to Roswell to watch the next attempt, for which more reliable techniques would be developed. What did the future hold for rocket flight? It was in 1945 that I had my next close contact with rockets, at the underground factory of Nordhausen in the devastated countryside of Germany. There I began to realize the terrible effect that the missiles and explosives of science could have on our civilization. What a contrast it was to the scientific dreams I had listened to at the Goddard home in Worcester 16 years before. Professor Goddard was dead. World War II had placed a nightmare of time between me and the hours we spent together while he was carrying on his pioneering work. Acting as a consultant to the United Aircraft Corporation, I had gone to Europe with a Navy mission in May 1945, immediately after the surrender of Hitler's forces. The purpose of my trip was to study the enemy's developments in high-speed aircraft. From the beginning, it was a fantastic trip through the countries dazed and wasted by 6 years of modern war. At Paris, at the headquarters of the Navy Technical Mission Europe, we had loaded a jeep and trailer into an Army transport plane and set out for the heavily bombed city of Munich. We were all dressed in GI uniforms and armed with pistols, for werewolf resistance activity had been reported in most of the areas we were to enter. 2 members of our mission sat or slouched in the lashed down jeep, trying to make up for sleep lost the night before. The rest of us found what comfortable spots we could in the crowded Dakota fuselage. I wedged myself between a dust-covered window and one of the trailer's wheels, using my sleeping bag for a cushion. Our route was plotted via Mannheim. The plane flew low against the headwind, and I could read the history of the 3 great wars from marks on the ground: the mass graves of 1870, rectangular brick-edged, bush-grown, the faint zigzag trenches of our father's generation, the fresh tank tracks and foxholes of the past 6 years. There were the shell-shattered villages of Lorraine and the blown-up concrete bastions of the Siegfried Line. Landing in Germany, we were divided into teams to question enemy personnel and to search for key material and documents. Taking turns at the wheel, several of us drove the jeep and trailer through bomb-leveled cities and along roads lined with hundreds of wrecked vehicles and thousands of plotting refugees. White cloths hung out of the windows in the villages we passed. Sometimes our route took us through areas still occupied by the German army itself. An army surrendered, but with its guns and its discipline intact. I remember approaching a crossroad that held an entire Wehrmacht regiment on the march. Trucks, cannon, and thousands of rifled infantrymen strung out at right angles to our line of travel. A seemingly endless column of green-clad German soldiers moving in one direction. A single American jeep rolling up against it, like a fly buzzing at the body of a serpent. A few days before, any one of those soldiers whose mission for years was to kill Americans in uniform would have brought gun to shoulder at the sight of us. Words of surrender, transmitted from a distant source, seemed intangible protection at that moment. But the green body severed as if by magic when we reached it, and enemy officers saluted stiffly when we cut across. We stopped at demobilization centers. We confiscated documents, interrogated engineers and scientists, and picked our way through litter and looted laboratories. He's kind of like establishing paperclip like right now, like he's basically
actually in a quite literal way, given what he would end up doing in the 50s, which I guess we'll get to next time. Like, despite his slight revulsion at what rockets ended up doing in the Second World War, it didn't disturb him too much, especially when Nazis were still making rockets.
I think the disgust is kind of performative, as you kind of see as he goes on.
I mean, we sort of jumped ahead a little bit to the end of World War II, but a lot. And this is the 70s, I guess, where he's writing this. So he had to retcon a lot of stuff of
it's like the nature of his reminiscences. They jump around, but he talks a little bit about the V2 and stuff. He says that let me see, he reached the underground tunnels of which city was it? Nordhausen. There, the Nazi government had established a production line for V2 rockets, those supersonic missiles, of which more than 1,000 exploded unannounced on England during the last months of the war. These were, quote-unquote, Hitler's miracle weapons. In its setting, with its scientific efficiency and its horror, that Nordhausen establishment seemed far from the Earth I knew, as though I had ridden one of the missiles it produced, stepped out on a strange and terrible planet. We approached the barbed wire enclosures of Camp Dora, a branch of the infamous concentration camp of Belsen. Labor for the factory had been furnished in large part by prisoners. Confusion brought by the surrender was immediately apparent. Gates were open, prisoners were gone, and displaced persons of a number of Eastern European nationalities had taken over the squalid wooden barracks. There was the stench one always encounters where human beings live with inadequate sanitation, a mixture arising from stale urine, feces, sweat, and rotting garbage. Hundreds of sub-assemblies for the V2s were lying on flat cars or were scattered over the ground. Nose cones, cylindrical bodies, and big duralumin fuel tanks for liquid oxygen or alcohol. A number of tail sections, shining and finned, were standing on edge like a village of Indian teepees. Other sections had been pushed over to form dwellings for the refugees who could not find shelter in the crowded barracks. The tunnels of Nordhausen had been blasted out of solid rock, straight through a spur of the Harz Mountains. We drove our Jeep into one of them, following a railroad track along a wall. He keeps going for a little bit, talking about Camp Dora. We walked back and forth through the tunnels. There were miles of them, lighted, deserted, silent. Here, wood-planked rooms of a small hospital with medicines and bandages strewn across the floor. Here, a row of offices, furniture upset and drawers turned upside down in search for loot. We shoved the door open to find the floor piled with thousands of identification cards. Each card had a small photograph glued above a typed description of one of the factory workers, a man or woman. What happened to those thousands of workers, I wondered, glancing over a handful of cards I had picked up. Where were they at that moment? I remembered the words of a displaced person on the roadside who had directed us to the tunnels. When they sent a man there, he said, they told him the only way he'd escape would be in smoke. When we returned the next day to complete our inspection, the meaning of the DP's statement was impressed clearly upon us. On the mountainside above Camp Dora was a low-lying factory-like building with a brick smokestack of extraordinary large diameter for its height. We threw our Jeep into four-wheel drive and climbed the steep slope, weaving in and out among the tree trunks. As we neared the building, we saw piles of stretchers at one end, 20 or 30 of them with dirty, blood-stained canvas. One of the stretchers showed the dark red outline of a human body that had lain upon it. The place appeared as deserted as the tunnels we had gone through the day before, but a door was open. We stepped inside to a small, darkish room. On our left was a coffin, black, simple, with a cross painted on its top. Beside the coffin, on the concrete floor and covered carelessly with canvas, lay what was obviously a human body, and beside that was another coffin. We hesitated a moment, then moved into the main room of the building. There we realized what kind of quote-unquote factory we had entered, for we were looking straight at a pair of cremating furnaces side by side. Steel stretchers for holding bodies stuck out like tongues from open mouths. The size of the furnaces and the fact that these two were needed for mass production multiplied the horror of the place. As we were staring at the steel stretchers, a shadow brushed across the floor. We turned to see, standing quietly behind us, a man in prison costume. No, not a man, a boy. He was not old enough to be called a man. The striped suit bagged around him, pulled in at the waist, hanging loosely from the shoulders. He moved into a better light, and I found myself looking at what appeared to be a hide-covered skeleton. The padding of flesh between bone and skin that one expects to see in life was gone. The figure pointed toward the furnaces. 25,000 in a year and a half, he said. He was 17 years old, Polish, the boy told us. Then he beckoned us to follow and walked back into the room where we first entered. He lifted the canvas from the form between the coffins. It had covered another prisoner, thinner, lying half curled up on a blood-stained stretcher. I could hardly realize that the one was dead and the other living. They were so much alike, close-cropped, bristling black hair, hunger-chiseled faces, burning dark eyes, for the eyes of the dead man were open. The most striking contrast between them lay in the expression of the dead man's face. Never, I thought, had I seen such tranquility, as though after passing through hell on earth he had found peace, as though the spirit had at last triumphed over the human inferno. Even a Nazi prison camp could not remove the inner dignity of man. It was terrible. 3 years of it, the young Pole went on, his face screwed up in grief and the anguish of his memories. He pointed to the body. He was my friend, and he was fat. Then he replaced the canvas. We walked outside after that and stopped near another corner of the building. I had not noticed where the boy was leading us. I was looking off into the distance, my mind still dwelling on those furnaces, on that body, on the system that caused such atrocities. Suddenly I heard his words again. 25,000 in a year and a half, and from each there is only so much. The boy cupped his hands together to show the measure. I moved his glance downward. We were standing, I followed his glance downward, sorry. We were standing at the edge of what had once been a large pit, about 8 feet long, 6 feet wide, and I guess that's 6 feet deep. It was overflowing with ashes from the furnaces, small chips of human bone and nothing else. A trail of ashes ran over the edge of the pit toward the door of the furnace room. Anyway, yeah, he goes on.
All right, yeah, he's okay.
Weirdly, he says, how those Nazi rockets reminded me of Professor Goddard's, blown up in size, and how deadly efficient they had grown. The professor's record altitude was between 8 and 9,000 feet, but he never tried for distance across the ground. At the top of its trajectory, a V-2 hurled about 60 miles above the Earth, and it carried a 1-ton warhead from the continent to England. How did the Germans jump so quickly and so far ahead of Goddard's pioneering work? Partly because America built rockets for scientific knowledge at a tempo set for peace, while Germany developed them for war. Hitler foresaw the gigantic force that would lie in his hands once he perfected rocket weapons, and he ordered a tremendous effort to produce it. The V-2s were the last symbol of the mystical drive and dictatorial power of the Nazi Führer, used to advance quote-unquote Nordic civilization and his political doctrines. This paragraph I find to be weird, especially in context. Adolf Hitler! Exclamation point. Such a strange mixture of blindness and vision, patriotism and hatred, ignorance and knowledge. I remember him walking over the grass of the Olympic Stadium at Berlin in 1936, when his government was entering the heyday of its strength. A small, black-mustached, brown-suited man, stooping to take the bouquet of flowers from a little girl who was prompted out to meet him, while 100,000 people clapped and shouted, Der Führer! Der Führer! Some irrational quality of the man, his actions and his oratory, enticed the entire German nation to support his ideas. Hitler had built a war machine geared to land, sea, air, and space, the most powerful the world had ever seen. But the very power of his independence led to the dictator's destruction. His orders were issued without the need to listen to or persuade freely elected representatives of the people. He pitted intuition recklessly against experienced advice, turned his fighters into bombers that had little value for their mission, pushed V-2 rockets in the direction before they were accurate enough to be effective, thrust his forces eastward unprepared for Russian winters. He began with brilliant victory. He ended in staggering defeat. What extraordinary pictures flash in memory. The adoring roar of the Olympic crowd, the little flower girl, the living skeleton in the ash-filled pits of Camp Dora, the entrails of the rockets that had failed to start their mission. And Hitler himself was the contrast, the lack of balance, the abortive relationship between human values and mechanical perfection that one saw in the tunnels of Nordhausen. Human values and mechanical perfection. At Cape Canaveral, I was in touch with them both. My vision shifts back again through time and space. I glance at the missile tower, at the birds and ocean and the children playing in the surf. How easy it is to think of the human values on the beach when one is well-fed, tanning, comfortable, and how separated from them my mind becomes under that tower 10 minutes drive away. On the beach, I think within a framework of peace and life. The tower is a framework of war and death. Man moves constantly back and forth between the two. How can one combine human values with mechanical perfection? The appreciation of life with the military strength that seems always to have been essential to survival and to civilization. The scientific vision of Robert Goddard and the philanthropic patriotism of Daniel Guggenheim with the fanatical drive of Adolf Hitler. So I
he's not willing to totally let go.
Like a thesis statement of like American fascism, like his idea of like the balance of values. Like,
it kind of reminds me of how Aquino would talk about the Nazis.
Yeah.
He's like, if only they had not gone a little bit too far. Like, they truly exemplified the best of, like, humanity. You know, like, if only they had made the little mistake of, like, genociding, like, unleashing, like, a massive genocide across Europe and, like, trying to take over the world through violence. Like, besides that little thing, like, there was just so many cool things about them.
Exactly.
Like, yeah, then it's kind of like...
we could have, like, all the good aspects of Hitler with none of the bad.
Right, which, like, unfortunately, I feel like everything about...
It reminds me of, like, that episode of Star Trek, actually, like, which had that, like, which I always thought was, like, such a dumb premise, like, where, like, some guy, like, some spaceman, some, like, Starfleet Academy, like, Starfleet, guy... like winds up on some planet like of humanoids or whatever, and he's like, I'm gonna recreate Nazi Germany with like all the good parts and none of the flaws. And of course, like, really it ends up the same way again. And I was like, this is such a dumb episode, but I guess maybe it wasn't so dumb at the time, like in the 60s when it was made, because like, well,
it was that was the late career peak of Werner von Braun and his rocket program that was of course repurposed to be kind of like the achievements of Nazism without the bad stuff, right? Like like Werner von Braun's Tomorrowland and like the rockets and going to space. I mean, he's even like really describing like the Apollo program there of like, oh, if only one day we can go up to the little... I guess he knows now, like he's writing this in retrospective.
Yeah,
so he
exactly.
could, Like back in 1929, I was thinking about the moon landing and how epic it would be, and thank God, like we were able to salvage Werner von Braun.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, like it is true. Like he's kind of like weaving it in this like metaphorical way, like around the power of rockets, but like there is like an actual like material, like really material, like direct relationship between like lineage for these things between Robert Goddard, like Hitler's rocket program. And
back to NASA
American space program.
Yeah, exactly. I would like to talk, like a little bit next time and it will come up in the kind of World War II, both with like the later America First and afterwards, but like the cult of air power that, I mean, I think we see the end, like the fruits of it today, right? With like the way that the U.S. empire has approached this war with Iran. But interestingly enough, regarding rockets, like, sometimes the only way to stop a bad guy with a rocket is a good guy with a rocket, and like rockets go both ways, actually. So, it's not like the glorious Germanic, Anglo-Saxon civilizations are the only ones with rockets anymore. But like that almost mystical attachment to like the centrality of air power as like a way to prove like both like subdue any enemy and like crush them from a distance, and like a sign of your just like civilizational superiority, that you can build the most epic fucking rockets and missiles and things like that, and planes, like the F-35. Like I think it's interesting that there's still no confirmation if like an F-35 was really hit by a missile, but it's almost like you could see the very deep, strong impulse to like never admit that, because like the F-35 is like the great, like Charles Lindbergh would just like soy face at like the F-35 and be like, oh my God, it's so epic.
I mean, that's like actually one of the most interesting things about me is like, most interesting things about to me about doing this episode, like it was like sort of like the opportunity to reflect on like the sort of paradigm shift of aviation. Like you don't really like, because we've grown up our whole lives with like planes being a reality.
Yeah.
Like we never experienced a world where there like were no planes, and of course we know that it was like a huge revolution when human flight was achieved. But it's we know that on an intellectual level. But like I think Lindbergh's writing does help you to kind of appreciate like how like the sort of mystical numinous quality that aviation had. Like it reminds me a lot of AI, like the way we see this now, where this is like sort of idealized and like
people are one-shotted by the possibilities of it.
Exactly. Like it's like worshipped beyond all proportion and like turned into like a religious idol. And you see the exact same thing like repeating again, and like in time probably like we'll just see this as like a very mundane thing that's like not as transformative as perhaps it appeared at the time, or like not something that's going to unlock, because really we if you read further in an autobiography of values, including what we read last time, and read to the end, like a big part of this is about like you can really see the same kind of ideology at play like in Lindbergh's writings that is like very ascendant now. Like, I mean, I think someone in the chat in the Patreon episode we did on Monday even said the same thing about like the direct line from like Lindbergh to Elon. They're extremely similar. And they have the same kind of like vision of the future, like where people are going to live forever and we're going to go colonize space, right?
Yeah.
Like, and these are the people who were actually sort of shaping and creating that meta narrative that like we're still circumscribed by now.
Which is it's similar to like that Italian futurism / fascism thing of like the sleek machine just kind of being an object of like libidinal attraction and worship. And I pulled this quote from the American Axis book that I thought was pretty vindicating to what we've been kind of like speculating throughout these two episodes. This is from Lindbergh's like, I guess, former friend, Harry Bruno, who was buddies with him, but then I think broke during the America First period. He said about Charles, he never learned that people do not act like machines. His admiration for a new order that tries to make men act like machines is therefore not so strange. I think we've clocked this with like, and it's very similar to Elon, like the kind of, they think that people are like machine. They become so enamored with machines that they think people are machines, and then they go about to try to like remake the world in a way to like force human beings to like act more like machines, to like comport with their vision of like how an ideal world, which is everyone's just like boom boom ching ching ding 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 ding, like everyone's just like a sloppy disk like robot that like the greatest aspiration is like become an airplane that like can live forever, replace your parts.
Strange. I mean, I like I've said this before, but I think like because like in the very very first episode we did, which is basically like a recorded brainstorming session about the podcast, like about what we're going to talk about on the podcast. I mentioned like Hoffman's story, The Sandman, right? I think like Hoffman like really is like someone who like speaks so like trenchantly and lucidly to like the kind of like modern condition, like in his sort of preoccupation with like automata and like mechanical men and things like this, right? Because this really is like a strange thing, and a strange kind of like a dialectic and preoccupation, right? Like that is relatively like new historically, I feel like, and is like kind of a unique like neurosis of modernity in a way, where it's like this, like what you're talking about, like the idea of human beings are just like machines, like we are mechanical beings. Like there have been automata for a long time. This idea like kind of has sort of been played with to an extent in the past, but I almost feel like not really. Like the idea that like the human body is simply a machine. I mean, I guess you could talk about how like in what would they call them, like the neurospasmata or something, the neurospasmata, like they would refer to like the sinews of the human body as strings, like the strings of a puppet, so there is this kind of a mechanistic lens on the human body even in antiquity. But I don't know, I do feel like there is something that you can talk about as like a distinct kind of recent phenomenon with this obsession in like sort of reducing the human being to its mechanical qualities, which is very it's like pernicious.
We just saw this week the First Lady Melania Trump like walk out with like an Optimus like humanoid robot that apparently is going to like teach children or something. Like
she was like it was kind of like a fanfic that she wrote of like a humanoid called Plato who is going to teach you everything. It's like, give me a break.
The other
I mean it's also kind of ironic, I think probably people pointed out, like that it is so simple. It's like an illusion of Plato that people are going to like
the cave
for the real Plato, like one of his kind of in line with one of his most famous
it's the Plato that you meet in Plato's cave, like the fake Plato. The other weird headline I saw that weirdly like kind of syncs up their episode, I'd like to read a little more about this, but allegedly the new American Pope Leo, like called for like the abolition of aerial warfare, which is interesting. Like thinking about I don't know, air power in this like in a way being like I can't think of any religious leader that is like said like all air power is like evil and like it should be abolished, because I feel like humanity moves so fast, so far beyond like everyone just uses it. It's just a part of life. Like if you have like a military, you have airplanes that drop bombs on people. Like that's just what we do. But the idea, I don't know, there's something about the idea of like air power being like an especially satanic form of warfare. I mean, it is. I mean, even Lindbergh himself talked about his World War II experience of like it was kind of disturbing to him, like dropping bombs from a plane for the first time, or like being on a plane that was dropping bombs and realizing like one has no control. Once you release the hatch, the bomb falls and like whatever it kills. And he almost definitely killed civilians on a couple like mistaken bombing runs in the South Pacific, working as like a private kind of like a mercenary. But like that aspect of like mass death, like by death by airplane, death from above, right? Like the most of the blood probably that the United States empire has on its hands from like the 20th century, and the 21st is from air power, drones, bombers, fighter jets, like, helicopters.
I mean, yeah, like you're totally like in terms of the current war on Iran, and also like just the drone campaign. Like basically, they created like a constant like environment of terror over like a lot of these countries, like Pakistan, Afghanistan. Like you couldn't like go outside like without like hearing the hum of like these drones like constantly overhead, like death lingering at any moment. Like that is a horrible and grotesque thing. It's true. I mean, like that's the thing. Like like all of these like new military technologies are satanic. Like they truly are. Like
autonomous kill drones. Like it's only going to get more so, right? Yeah.
I mean, like obviously, like people, it's inevitable. People have always embraced them, and they've always become like deadlier and more diabolical. But it's really a tragedy. Like what we've even just like deadlier and deadlier innovations. I mean, someone in the chat was saying like it's kind of like cavalry and mounted archers, sort of, but. I mean,
there's a dissociation.
It's all relative, but you could have like an arquebus or a blunderbuss or whatever. You can't do a mass shooting with that. I mean,
I guess you could say about artillery, you're kind of firing from a distance and you're not really like closely connected to like what you're hitting. But I do feel like air warfare is the most like dissociated, where you're dissociated from the consequences of like dropping.
It's another order
people.
Of magnitude.
Right.
Guns were the first step.
Right, you could be from a distance, and it's not as personal. It's just a matter of humanity finding more displaced ways of like killing each other, whether it's not as intimate, and of course that could be a very dangerous thing. But yeah, I guess we'll come back next time. We'll talk about like the true the apotheosis of America first, and then it's kind of like rapid collapse and the various like Nazi interlocks with this group of people who unfortunately like would not, despite having to like flip and join the US side and like support World War II, which almost everybody did, they didn't really abandon, I think, some of their deeper convictions. And like you see this really disturbing bouncing back effect like right after World War II, when it suddenly becomes all about anti-communism, of even a lot of these like people that were like kind of halfway canceled during the war, or were marginalized, like get invited back in to the halls of power. And unfortunately, like we live more in their world today in the United States than in the slightly less evil like world of like legacy of FDR, or whatever that represented. That kind of got liquidated like pretty quickly, like when he died, and then only got it's been kind of like chipped away at like decade by decade until finally we're kind of back to like in America where it's like, what if a New Deal like never happened, and we went straight from like 1928 to like 1991, and then like that's just like moving on. It's a sad thing to witness, but and then there's a little the Henry Ford. There's I didn't want to spoil it this time, but like there's the apocryphal account of like Henry Ford's like final downfall that is so like spiritually like satisfying in a way that I'd never heard before. But we'll get into that next time. But let's just say maybe like Allah finally caught up with him and like punished him for like he was punished. But anyways, well, and then also the last 30 years of Charles Lindbergh's life, I'm excited to find. I want to read that part of his autobiography and stuff. Very fucking murky, and I want to get more to the bottom of like, because he wasn't that old by the time World War II was over. He's like 42 or something, like he was, and then he died in the 70s. So like, what was he doing once the Cold War started? We will try to find out. But yeah. So thanks for tuning in. As always, patreon.com/subliminal-jihad. We'll be back there on Monday. You can catch part 1 of this there. But yeah, we will see y'all then. But until then, dear listeners, stay vigilant.
Peace.